My fellow Americans, in short, we embarked on a mission to wipe out this country once and for all Americans.
It's gone. It's done. Yes, Mr. Frodo. It's over now.
We reclaimed our sovereignty by standing up for America at the United Nations, to the podium at the United Nations General Assembly. My administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. The whole world suffered, and so much more.
Let's get rid of him. Your reckless behavior is dragging us all down. Got to go. Go. It's got to go.
I go from this majestic place.
Done enough damage.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It was a bad time for everyone, Rambo.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's all in the past now.
Bye-bye.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just.
Bye-bye.
Oh, God.
Bye-bye.
Where's everybody?
Bye-bye.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks coverage of the inauguration. Thank God it's finally here. Cenk Uygur, John Irola, Frederick Joseph with you guys. We've got a lot of folks that are going to come throughout the day. We've got live coverage throughout the day. We've got Ida Rodriguez and Dr. Rashad Ritchie joining us later. We're going to do, John and I are going to do damage report. John and Anna on the first hour of the Young Turks, Anna and I in the second hour of the Young Turks. Apparently there's some talk of a bet and all that nonsense. So we will get to that a little bit later. But we are going to do a couple of things for you guys throughout the day. Number one is you see in the corner there, the proceedings have begun. And so today is filled with two different things. One is substantive reflection on what happened in the last 4 years and looking forward to what's going to happen in the next 4 years. And when I say looking forward, I mean partly hopeful and partly, well, let's see what happens, right? But also there's the pomp and circumstance. So there's the invocation, there's the speeches, the folks filing in. That's weird that the Clintons are there because I read yesterday at the grocery store that they were have a terrible divorce coming up, and you know, guys, now that when you see stuff on the National Enquirer, I have this thing of like, oh, good old fake news, like old school fake news, as opposed to what we've been living with through for the last 5 years. So you're seeing the Obamas there, obviously the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, everyone is supposed to be at inauguration. Of course, the one guy who isn't there is Donald Trump. Of course, he ran away to Florida and he used Air Force One, and apparently he took the nuclear football. That's what people were saying. What, they're gonna fly to Florida and fly it right back? So dumb.
I mean, it has to be with him until noon.
Yeah, I get it. It's fine. Believe me, that's the least of our problems. But guys, let's start with this before there's any actual speaking going on. And look, we'll give you guys anything that's relevant, including the prayer, etc. And you're seeing the pictures. But once they get to like nonsense, you know, literal cheerleaders with the batons and the pom poms and whatever else happens on Inauguration Day, we're going to talk over it. There's plenty of places to see cheerleaders. Okay, so now let me get started, guys. The last two things that Trump did were pardon a whole bunch of criminals. And I don't just mean like, oh yeah, that guy was up on murder charges, but he was a rapper Jared Kushner knew. I mean, former politicians. I mean, perfect example is Duke Cunningham, clear criminal, committed. Like almost everybody there committed fraud. Steve Bannon committed fraud, etc. He pardoned the swamp on his way out, and if that wasn't bad enough, the very first thing he did was do a lobbying ban on anyone in his administration for 5 years. And he said in the signing ceremony, it was to drain the swamp. He undid that executive order as his very last act, saying, oh yeah, we were just lying. The whole time we were lying. We're all gonna become lobbyists and all the swamp is free to go. I've emptied the jails a la Bane in Batman, right? So let me kick it over to John to start with. I'm sure you're not surprised by that.
No, I mean, look, I'm not going to say that I wasn't surprised by some of, not necessarily some of the pardons, but some of the pardons that didn't exist. And I, especially because we live in a media environment where so many Americans have created a worldview for themselves and follow people in the media who never admit when they were wrong. I love admitting when I was wrong. I thought it was a lock that he would pardon himself. Not that the pardon of himself would actually work, because we don't know. It's treading on new constitutional ground, but I definitely thought he would. I think it's amazing that he didn't. In terms of the pardons that he did do, it is just like if this doesn't get through to some of his people, and it won't, it's so sad because so many, basically there were a couple of different categories of pardons. There were a few that were, oh, these are genuinely people who should be pardoned or have their commutations. A couple of the community activists are pushing for them, those sorts of things. There's like 5 of those. And then it was a ton of people who committed securities fraud and wire fraud, all the grifters who just defrauded people. Like these are the biggest, most wealthy con men in the country. He let them off, the literal swamp. And then, there were the people who obstructed justice, either directly related to him or in other cases, people who lied to the DOJ, lied to grand juries. So like it's the grifters and the people who obstructed justice, but they will look at this group and think, oh no, that's just fine, he could do that. And it's not like other presidents haven't abused his power. On TDR yesterday, we went through a rundown of Clinton's pardons and commutations. This sort of thing does happen, but it was just so many people who were just literal con men and grifters. Like Steve Bannon, it wasn't just generalized con. He specifically stole from MAGA people who want a border wall, and Trump pardoned him for conning his core people, his core demographic. And I doubt there's really going to be any self-reflection about what that represents, that he would go for this guy like Steve Bannon, a guy who, by the way, was calling for Dr. Fauci to literally be beheaded just a couple of months ago. We've already moved on from that. And he gets a pardon after stealing money from Trump's most core supporters.
Yeah, but of course, as we all know, his supporters don't want to get it. They like being conned. They're like, oh, tell me pretty little lies about how I'm superior to black people and brown people. The lie is the feature, not the bug. So anytime they're lied to, they're so happy. They're so thrilled. They're like, oh my God, am I really better than other people? I want to be better so much. Let's go impress other people. I'm here for it. I'll commit violence on your behalf if you want. If in return you just need to rob me of my money, no problem. That's been the history of America all along. Rob poor white people while getting them to hate black people. So, I mean, America 101. So I wanted to show you guys Mike Pence there in the corner. So Mike Pence, the vice president, is attending because luckily he was not hung by Trump supporters who were trying to execute him. So he has survived and is attending the inauguration. Obviously, Trump and Pence had a falling out, if you will, when they tried to have Mike Pence fall out of a tree with a noose around his neck. Literally, they were chanting, hang Mike Pence, and they had a noose. And so Mike Pence, after being buried in Trump's ass for 4 years, realized, oh, you're up there with all the rest of the similar stuff. okay? And he doesn't care about you at all, and he'll drop you in a second if you don't commit every crime in the world for him, and that's what happened. So now, look, if they had actually hung Mike Pence, it would have been a tragedy beyond description for our democracy, let alone for Mike Pence. And I'll never let that go, that he wanted to murder his own vice president. Just be clear about what kind of monster Trump is. But by the way, Pence let it go because he's like, well, my political fortunes. On the one hand, I was going to get executed, and apparently they were 1 to 2 minutes away from finding him. Okay. On the other hand, I still want to kiss the ass of the voters who wanted to murder me. All right, hey, listen, you do you, boo, as Anna would say. So there he is, like, I'm mad at Trump, but I still kind of love everyone who wanted to execute me. Okay, whatever. I don't care about you, Mike Pence. You're the most irrelevant person in America now, because Trump's still going to cause trouble. Pence ain't going to cause nothing. You're going to run for president in 2024. You're going to get 2 votes. Have at it, Hoss. Okay, Frederick. Lots to talk about there. The pardons, Pence. Let me let you have at it.
Yeah, I guess working backwards, Pence is no different than Mitch McConnell, who is no different from the rest of the party, right? It's a party full of grifters. Mitch McConnell, finally said that Trump was the person who incited this violence, and then he mentioned other powerful people, and I'm like, oh, that's great. And you are not powerful people, right? Like Mitch McConnell is the same person who didn't acknowledge that Joe Biden was going to be the president, basically until around January 6th, when the Capitol insurrection happened. So Mike Pence and all of them, this is not surprising. And I think that it's important that the leaders of the Democratic Party actually hold them accountable and keep that narrative going, because Americans do have short memories. Now, in terms of Donald Trump's pardons, I think it was really strategic, honestly. Maybe I would have, let Joe Exotic go off. That might have been another way to expand your base a little bit to the Netflix viewers. But realistically, Trump supporters, they want to be lied to, as you said, Cenk. And one thing that's not getting talked about enough is Trump did get more support in this election with most marginalized communities in this country: Latinx community, black men, and black women. And I think that, from what I've seen already on social media, people are putting into question, black people. Well, can Donald Trump be that racist if he just pardoned Kodak Black and Lil Wayne, right? So obviously he is a overt white supremacist, but that move was smart, frankly, because of the short-term memories. And now you get a few black people who might not necessarily be as politically inclined, thinking that Donald Trump, legacy-wise, is not as bad as some make him out to be. So it's an interesting moment, and I think it falls upon, the Dem leadership again to make sure that memories are not that short, and that the narrative about Trump is tried and true.
Yeah, it is such a great point, because it goes to a core thing that I think the Democratic Party has been missing for the last 40 years. You've got to make your own case, and people do not read all of the news. So my favorite, I don't know if it's a parable or whatever it is, but of all time is, you ask the fish, how's the water? And the fish says, what's water, right? And so Democrats don't get that not everyone reads every story in the New York Times and Washington Post like everybody in Washington does, okay? They see headlines, they see little flashes of news flash before them. So when they see that Trump pardoned Lil Wayne, well, that's gonna leave a mark in a sense, right? And so the theatrics of that politics, Trump actually did get pretty right. It's one of the only things he got right. Run towards the spotlight, yell and scream, repeat things 1,000 times, and do theatrics. And meanwhile, Democrats are on we're better bureaucrats. It's a terrible thing to run on. Terrible. Oh, we're better managers. Congratulations. You know who likes their managers? Look, I'm a manager, so I wish everybody loves their managers. But most people do not like their managers. That's their boss. So Democrats are like, no, don't worry though, we're your boss. And and when we hold review your work and stuff, like, that's not good framing. It's not good framing, right? Now, so what Trump does instead is, hey, look at Lil Wayne. Steve Bannon, Duke Cunningham, all the criminals, you're free to go. Go, run. Steal all the money you can and share some of it with me. But hey, everybody, look, Snoop Dogg's in my favor. That Snoop Dogg just came out this morning saying, thank you for pardoning the co-founder of Death Row Records. I mean, look at that, on his way out, he pardons a guy who committed a crime as part of Death Row Records. So I'm telling you though, like it's a rare, smart thing that Trump has done just on the politics of, they say I'm racist, how could I be racist? I pardon rappers.
Right. I mean, realistically, Donald Trump was made by the media, and he knows how to outflank the Democrats when it comes to the media and the optics. To be honest, right? So as you said, on his way out and into potentially creating this, quote unquote, Patriot Party, there is going to be this conversation of, who were you for said communities, right? And if you could just take that one snippet or that one screenshot of Snoop Dogg saying that, as you said, that's what people are going to run with. They're going to say, well, maybe these people exaggerated, maybe this, maybe that. He did get us, some stimulus money. He tried to get us more stimulus money, right? He made a point on his way out of trying to alter his legacy and seem as if he was the progressive person out of this entire situation, frankly.
Yeah. I think they're showing Jim Clyburn there. He's got a baseball cap, so it's a little hard to tell. But if they are, he was the only voter in this election. He decided the entire election. So he's the most important person in inauguration. If you don't remember, Bernie had won the first 3 primaries. Clyburn came out and endorsed Joe Biden in South Carolina. It made all the difference. Biden won South Carolina easily. All the media then said, it's over, Biden's the president. And Bernie's going to execute people in Central Park, and black voters hate Bernie and they love Biden. So you all must vote for Biden, and they did on Super Tuesday. They largely voted for Biden, especially in the South. So it's quite literal that Clyburn was the most decisive vote in this election by an order of magnitude, by 1,000,000%. Okay, so the rest of us had fun voting. But Clyburn decided it. And then if there's a second person who decided the election, and this one's good, I would say Stacey Abrams. And so I hope she's there, because boy, has she earned it. She arguably got them the presidency through voter registration efforts, and then the Senate in Georgia as well. So her power is well deserved, and I hope she uses it well. And so as you look at the crowd there, you got Kamala Harris with Mike Pence right behind her. So they got to be a little nervous about their speeches. All the speeches are historic, but Kamala Harris is arguably even more historic. First woman vice president, first black vice president, first South Asian vice president, you name it. It's just massively historic. That to me is important for the country, important for progress. So long term, it's a wonderful positive. In the short term, you get 1 day on that, and then I need to see policies. Without policies, I care about it for the history books, but I do not care about it personally. So personally meaning in terms of, I then give Kamala Harris a break if she doesn't do what is right for the voters. No, I don't give her a break. I won't give her any break at all, nor will I give Biden any breaks. We'll talk about that. On the other hand, we will give them credit where credit is due. So that's finally, it looks like Joe Biden and yes, Dr. Jill Biden heading down, and obviously they come last. Trump would have been near the end there, except obviously he's a baby and he's in Florida. I want to read a couple of comments here, but first, the most important one is John Romano making an argument that perhaps I did win the bet, saying, if you ask me, he technically did leave the White House before his term was up, so Cenk wins the bet. Either way, we all win today, but it's still a long way for leftists to go. Keep up the work, TYT. Now, if you guys ever watched a minute of the Young Turks, at least the last 4 years, I loathe Donald Trump. I thought he was the most incompetent person we've ever had as president. I was 100% right about that. But I made a terrible miscalculation. I thought that he would leave before his term was up. But I forgot that it's not just Trump's incompetence. The Democratic Party had to show like 2% strength to force him out. Oh, come on, Cenk, what were you thinking? So they could not muster up 2% strength. They mustered up 1% strength. Now, there is the fact that he's in Florida means absolutely nothing. No, I do not win the bet. He did not leave before his term was up. There's no way Anna wins the bet. We'll talk more about that on the main show. But guys, in terms of putting aside the fun about the bet and stuff, in terms of the reality of Trump leaving or not leaving or finishing his term or not, we are in another historic situation where the president is, and soon former president, is going to be in the middle of his conviction in the Senate in his second impeachment as he leaves office. I mean, it's beyond unprecedented. So there is some chance that Trump will be retroactively thrown out of office.
Yeah, remains to be seen because that would still require the 2% Democratic strength that you were asking for there. First of all, in reference to that message that you read about him leaving early, I literally texted Anna earlier today. Cenk, there's a 50% chance Cenk claims that him flying out and not being at the inauguration counts. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna be watching the main show to find out if you use that. But
look, John, I'm not saying it. The people are saying it. I'm hearing it from everyone.
Things. In terms of him checking out, what I'm gonna say should not be interpreted by anyone in any way as referencing the outcome of the bet, which Anna totally won. But the funny thing is, Trump obviously stayed until the morning of his last day, but in like 98% in a substantive sense, he checked out a long time ago in terms of actually functioning as president. It's not to say that he didn't do anything. He got his Supreme Court justice right before the election. Just a week ago, they put a few last minute rules into place to really screw over members of the LGBTQ community. There were a few things that he did, but he really wasn't, like, what legislation was he pushing for literally the last year? Like he mostly served as an obstacle for the entire government response to COVID. He barely even showed up. I mean, the joke of the last couple of weeks has been that his schedule is the president will be working from very early until very late, taking many phone calls and many meetings. That was his entire schedule for day after day. And so he was occupying the office, but there's a case to be made that he never was particularly interested in wielding the power. Aside from getting the tax cuts, he didn't even really try for much in terms of legislation. There were a few big executive order pushes, massive environmental deregulation, the Muslim ban, a few things like that, the immigration, the horror show down there. But really, like, Infrastructure Week never came. The healthcare plan never came. What was he trying to accomplish as president other than personally enriching himself, providing a block against the actual solutions to the problems that America faces? He was barely ever a real president.
Okay, there's so much I want to say about that, but
even a bad one. Like, he was barely even a bad Republican president because he didn't even want to be that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I can't wait to comment on that. But let's go to Klobuchar. I don't want to miss any of our corny jokes.
Where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible. My friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Boo. Okay, Roy Blunt's a Republican. Amy Klobuchar giving the first speech is very fitting. The prototypical establishment Democrat, the one who rallied around Biden after Clyburn said to do so, and Obama said to do so. And so she is a good representative of the Democratic Party, but not in like a great policy way, just as a matter of fact way. All right, let's go to Republican Roy Blunt here.
Considered. I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago, but thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election, with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words: declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment, people all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not
okay, guys. We're gonna have to take breaks, 1 an hour. Okay, and don't worry. For some of you, I'm gonna read your comments, and we're gonna make good use of it. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, and some of our other platforms, everybody stay right here. It's a good time to take the break because Roy Blunt is not saying anything relevant. So he should say, "Thank God we got rid of the." He's making vague references to how Trump tried to do a violent coup against the government, but that's not interesting. All right, so good time to take the break. We'll be right back with more speeches and more analysis. All right, back during the break here, we've got to take breaks on our 24-hour channels. So that's why here, but we'll try to take them strategically at the best times like we just did here. And we're also gonna try to utilize it to get more content and get more of your guys' commentary in. So let me go to our member section right away. tyt.com/join to become a member. Eclectic Miscellaneous says, fun fact, those glass shields actually aren't there as a security measure or because of COVID. They're there to protect people against any flying staplers coming from Amy Klobuchar. Nice job, nice joke. Okay, so surprisingly, Klobuchar did not throw any staplers during the speech, and everybody made it out okay. So Cigar Dragon says, love, hope, and best wishes from Canada. There was someone else here who was watching from Australia at 3 a.m. in the morning. So I love our members. You guys make this show possible. And I love that the whole world is watching so we could all go together. Na, 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 na. Okay, by the way, don't forget, you're fired. Today's the day he's actually fired. ShopTYT.com for Uncle Sam firing their petulant orange child. Okay, now you guys, the audience, you've actually gotten me to feel bad for kids every time I make that comparison. To the kids of the world, I'm sorry. Okay, so Anyways, Tommy Too Strong saying that he probably would have pardoned Jeffrey Epstein if he was still alive. I'm surprised.
I actually predicted yesterday a posthumous pardon. I was disappointed.
Yeah, Tommy Too Strong mentioned that too. The surprise he didn't get that. By the way, Ghislaine Maxwell's got to be thinking, I mean, everyone who committed the worst crimes in America got a pardon. What am I, chopped liver? And so I don't know if Trump thought it was a bridge too far for his QAnon followers who are theoretically obsessed with child molesters, even though Trump is great friends with the most notorious child molester in American history. And he has said about Maxwell several times that he wishes her well, but luckily he did not wish her a pardon. Time for just a couple more. Timothy John on the YouTube super chat says, "Happy Get the Devil Out Day, y'all. The Orange Baboon's fury has finally been quelled." And along those lines, Timothy and everybody else, without social media and without being president, he's going to spin like a centrifuge until he explodes. His impotent rage is going to be hilarious to watch and not watch. And we're going to talk about this on Damage Report. So Dragon Squad, get ready today. But the idea that he's going to start a new party, the Patriot Party. Oh, please make it so. Not only will it be a ridiculous failure, but it'll split the Republican Party in half. It's manna from heaven. I mean, look, the real conspiracy should be whether Trump was a Democratic plant. Okay, we'll talk more about that later. But let's come back into our regular coverage. Back on the Young Turks inauguration coverage. Cenk Uygur, Frederick Joseph, John Iadarola with you guys. So I believe we went out at a perfect time. We missed some nonsense speechifying by a Republican co-chair of the inauguration committee, Roy Blunt, but I'm glad he did it. I mean, look, you know me, I'm not a fan of bipartisan compromises where all we get is robbed. But showing bipartisanship as they normally would during inauguration by having the co-chairs Klobuchar and Blunt do the first speeches is both tradition and particularly makes sense today. But Blunt wasn't saying anything interesting, of course. And then I believe they just had the prayer. You guys can do thoughts and prayers on your own, so you didn't miss anything. So we've got more speeches coming up. As we get to the speeches, obviously, we'll go to them live and we'll do the analysis as we go. Now I want to turn to, is throughout the day, of course, what we're going to do next. And so Peter Hamby writes in on YouTube Super Chat, "While we welcome a new administration, what we need to do is expand the push of progressives and input progressive note sharing among others like Packman, Cousins, Kalinske, and more all over." Peter, I 1,000,000,000% agree with you, right? But let me kick it over to Frederick here, right? So as we got a new administration, what are your hopes and fears?
My hopes are that Joe Biden will actually do something. Frankly, I fear that the moment of Trump and the time of Trump gives Joe Biden an opportunity to just kind of sit on his hands and do the simple things. Of course, like we'll get vaccines, we'll get some sort of minute relief package. But Joe Biden has the opportunity to be the most progressive president in history if he does the right things. And some might not want to hear that, but it's the God's honest truth. That being said, I'm gonna give Joe Biden his first 100 days, but after that, we need to be we need to be focused on accountability, and then after, because is that Lady Gaga? Sorry,
that's
anyway,
Lady Gaga. Yeah, it is. Secretary of Transportation.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so my greatest fear is that Joe Biden is not going to do anything, and then we're going to end up going into the primaries and then 2024 and get our butts handed to us by the Republicans, because yeah, nobody's gonna turn out for that.
All right, when she was coming down, I literally, because my wife and I are watching Bridgerton, I literally thought it might be a queen of some sort. So no, it's Lady Gaga. Let's listen for a second here, because I guess people like her.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare.
Okay,
that's not bad.
It wasn't. I love the animated thing, the real gusto there. Yeah.
I gotta get one of those birds. I haven't been glamming up enough. I gotta need a big bird right there. No, that was really good. She's not a lot of people have noticed this, but she's a good singer.
Yeah. So look, I say some people like her. I like her. I like her as a singer. I've got her on iTunes. Her voice is amazing, and that was a wonderful rendition. In fact, maybe one of the best I've heard. To be honest with you, I totally agree with Frederick. She put some nice passion into it. Now, having said that, I just don't care. I don't care about songs and pomp, and so I know what a circumstance is. I still not quite sure what pomp is, but we're gonna look it up today. But whatever it is, I don't care about it. Like this, whatever this is. This is probably more relevant than Lady Gaga because she's saying something, right? But they have these like ceremonial stuff, and even though I'm watching Bridgerton, you're gonna be shocked to find out I'm not much on ceremony. Okay, I don't care at all about ceremony. But if ever there was a day to care about ceremony, this would be the day, because we're celebrating a transition from fascism to back to democracy. So that's great. But all right, let's see what's up next. Klobuchar and her staplers are going to tell us.
America is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
I love Sotomayor. I love him.
Please remain standing for the oath of office.
Give me more of that.
Musical honors.
Please raise your right
This
hand
really is one
and
of
repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Not a small thing to have the first female vice president. A gigantic thing, a wonderful thing. We'll talk policy tomorrow and later today. Let's keep it real, okay? But it is just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful moment to finally break through. I mean, for God's sake, 51% of the population in a democracy, and it took what 46 administrations before we had a female in the executive branch. It's just the degree to which women have suffered injustice in this country and in this world is actually indescribable. Indescribable. The fact that the breakthrough happens in the year 2021 is really embarrassing for all of us. But it's a wonderful moment that it has happened today. We've begun on the road to justice on that, and so it's just I can't say enough great things about it. And look. She did not emphasize her South Asian lineage during the primaries. That notwithstanding, having the first Asian in the executive branch is also a great moment for America because we're supposed to be a melting pot. It doesn't get any more melting pot than Kamala Harris. So it's a great day for not just Asian Americans, African Americans, and women, but it's a great day for America because this is what America was supposed to be.
I don't know if we're going to J-Lo, but that's my president right there. But anyway, yeah, and to your point, like there are some people who probably agree with us quite a bit on policy that it's become sort of like a totem to be opposed to really recognizing or being affected by increased representation and all of that. But that's not me. I think we can obviously have very high expectations for policy and positions and advocacy, and we can also notice when history is being made and recognize that as a good thing. It's not the only thing, but it's a significant thing.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, I was just gonna say I completely agree with that, John. And as obviously someone who's black, this is huge, right? I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and so seeing the leaps that America has made from an optics standpoint, with Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Kamala Harris, it's a big thing. And I'm a policy person. I was not a Kamala, supporter. I wasn't a Joe Biden supporter. I was very much a Warren and Bernie supporter, and neither of them looked like me. But that was all policy. But the fact that you do have someone who looks like me up there right now with her nieces, Mina Harris and everyone, it's special, and it's going to change a generation, frankly.
Yeah, guys, it's about the idea of America, and that's what the whole Trump 4 years was about, and what the last violent battle was about. Who are we? Are we just a nation of white people who oppress non-white people, or are we really the thing that says that it says in the document, equality and justice for all? And so that's what Kamala Harris represents, at a minimum as a symbol, if not also personally and in her policies. So, all right, let's dip into J-Lo for a second because she's from the block and I'm from the block. So let's listen for a second.
Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get live. This land was made for you and me.
entertained and indifferent at the same time.
That was good. Like, I like it.
It was a good interpretation of the song for what we heard. Lady Gaga had a great interpretation of the song, right? But who cares? Anyway, back to Klobuchar.
The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
A lot of QAnon heads are about to explode.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
slag come up with excuses.
By musical honors.
The cloud is like literally parting as we speak. And this is, I'm surprised at how great I feel. Like at this very, very moment, like I just.
That's just a reflection of Trump. I mean, Trump was, laughably horrible. I feel great right now too, and I can't stand Joe Biden. So that just, yeah.
All right, let's listen in.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Yeah. Down goes Trump. Down goes Trump. One more and final time. Down goes Trump. So no longer president, no longer an albatross around our neck. Fascism has been defeated in America, at least for now. I hope we have to re-engage in that fight, but we'll see. But a very standard, normal politician is back.
Assuming that that's actually Joe Biden. And I only say that to the millions of Americans who are sure that that is not.
Guys, I gotta tell you, I'm shocked at how great I feel. Like I knew I'd feel good on this day, and I felt great when he lost. I felt great when it was triple confirmed and quadruple confirmed. I felt great when the insurrection and the violence was put down. But this very minute, when Trump has no power at all, none. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. You loser of losers, you fascist of fascists. We're back to America. It's awesome. It's awesome. So does that mean we're not going to fight with Biden? Hell no. Let's get it on right now. Mm-hmm. But at least this is the fight we've been engaged in, and this is a fight we can win. If we had devolved into violence and fascism, that is not a fight you could win with politics. And so it's just great that it was put down and America's back.
Cenk, I want to ask you a question based on your experience, because obviously you started the show a billion years ago under George W. Bush, and we're very critical of George W. Bush for a lot of very obvious reasons. And then we got Obama, and then you had this novel idea to apply the same sort of critical lens to a president of your party, and you experienced a lot of strike back for that. So for those of us now launching back into a Democratic administration, and I know a lot of the media is probably ready to just, oh God, it's done. Now we don't have to worry, but that's not realistic. So what can we expect as we inevitably are going to be disappointed with a number of the things Biden does and doesn't do, and we feel the need to continue to be critical of him as we were of Trump. How are you feeling about the next few years when all of the Democrats turn against you and TYT again?
Can't wait. I was born for the fight. You merely adopted it. I was born in it. So, all right, listen, guys, I can't wait to answer that question because it's such an important one. We do have to take a break soon, and Ida Rodriguez is up next, but Biden's gonna give the speech now. We can't take the break. So, all right, we're obviously we got to cover the Biden speech for you guys. So let's go to that now.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day. A day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know
bipartisan.
And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far. But we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once in a century virus that silently stalks the country has taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself.
That was the implicit way of saying screw you.
Can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, On New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause.
Good line.
Uniting
Really good line.
to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make healthcare secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days.
Yes.
I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge. And unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the Great Mall, where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand, where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever.
I love the nod to the suffragette movement. And remember, women got the right to vote only 100 years ago. It's unbelievable.
I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed staring at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. This is what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And in my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up? All of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
All right, there you have it. So guys, I too would like to quote my favorite song. It's tricky to rock around on time. Okay, anyways, I cannot wait to analyze that speech. There were some great parts, there were some disappointing parts, there were some exciting parts and some boring parts. We're gonna get to all of that, but we must take the break. Ida Rodriguez is gonna join us next. Frederick Joseph, you're awesome. Thank you for joining us in this historic moment. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it, everybody. Have a good day. I think my name was Dragon Local or something like that last time I was on. So nice. Dragon Local out.
All right, wonderful, Frederick. Thank you. We'll be right back, guys.
Office holders are doing something fun. I like fun. They're doing the last 2 years in 2 minutes. Okay, we're gonna try it here. First, I want to let you guys know about the years before that. And remember, we started with Just Democrats here on the Young Turks. It was officially launched on our air, basically by you guys. And then we featured AOC, we featured Cori Bush, and Ro Khanna became the first ever Just Democrat incumbent, all on the Young Turks. Now, the last 2 years have been a spectacular follow-up to that. So let's put the 2 minutes on the clock and do this. Young Turks got to start back in 2002, and I think we've been an important part of the progressive movement ever since. What we mainly do is amplify the progressive voice and candidates out there, and I think we've done a pretty good job. Right now, we're currently #1 most engaged news politics network online, beating CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC, all of them. We're #1 in total minutes watched. That means not only the number of people watching, but how long they watch. We just crossed 20 million followers and 500 million monthly views. Now, why? That's because actually the country's progressive. It's 2/3 progressive, and you guys have allowed us to be your voice, and we're incredibly thankful for that. So what did we do with that voice? Well, let's look at 2019. We went all over the country talking to you guys and the candidates. So we were in Miami, we were in Detroit, we were in Houston, and we were in Iowa. In fact, we were all over Iowa. You guys were all over Iowa, and all of the candidates saw you guys. We had wonderful people speaking, like the one and only Nina Turner at our rallies. Bernie Sanders stopped by, Andrew Yang, Elizabeth Warren. We interviewed almost everyone on the campaign trail, with the exception of Biden and Buttigieg. And we held them accountable. We even did a progressive economic pledge, and so many wonderful people signed on to that. Bernie Sanders, Warren, Marianne Williamson, AOC, the entire squad, Justice Democrats, and so many others. Now, on top of all that, we started a show called The Conversation, where we featured so many progressive thinkers, writers, and candidates. And one of the candidates we featured in 2019 was Jamal Bowman. Here comes Jamal Bowman. Then we had an amazing 2020. We hired a climate reporter. Damage Report passed 500,000 subscribers. Young Turks passed 5 million subscribers. We're getting the message out to more and more people. Bernie Sanders comes on in the heat of the primary. He comes on after the election to say what we're going to do for the future. And then Marie Newman wins. Jamal Bowman wins. Cori Bush wins. And then just when you thought it couldn't get any better, here comes Nina Turner. Hello, somebody. And she's running for Congress, and she comes on the Young Turks first. On election week, we had nearly 2 million hours of viewing. We're #1 destination for progressives. You made all that happen. This is amazing. And thank you for those 2 years. What, I went past 2 minutes? Of course!
Viewers had asked for an interview with the TYT Lizard. Mr. Lizard. Ooh, you changed colors today. Nice. I don't even know how you feel about us. Do you even like us?
Well, you guys made me this awesome house, so I'm kind of in your debt. I was found outside on the street, and you gave me a home. Granted, it was a really crappy home for a while, but then through the power of fundraising, I became a person who has a multi-level Trump-style mansion.
You do. By the way, you never looked better, man. Normally, you're just green or just brown, but today you're in mid-lizard, right?
I'm not very smart. I'm a lizard, so I don't know how the science works. I guess this is just my mood. It's not every day that thresholds like this are broken. I'm just so excited. I can't contain my pigmentation.
And now you're showing it off.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen the lizard like this before. All right, back on the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, John Idarola, Ida Rodriguez, everybody.
I love when you're revved up, though. It makes me so happy.
Oh, yeah. Well, you picked the right day. So Ida and I were talking earlier this morning on her Sirius show. So what is, are you on there for a week, Ida? What are you doing on there? Let folks.
I'm just doing a 2-week special on there. You and I talked about it before I did it. So I'm just there for 2 weeks and we shall see.
So can you let folks know when and what channel they could tune in?
Yes, it's channel 126 Urban View. I'm on from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern time, which is 7 to 9 a.m. here on the West Coast Pacific time. And it's channel 126 again. And I do there what I do here, promote progressive ideas and voices and people everywhere I go.
Yep. No, I love doing it with you this morning. So it was great. And I'm intimately familiar that it starts at 7 a.m. West Coast time. All right, let's do it, guys. So we had the most important parts of the inauguration happen already. The swearing in, Trump's no longer president, Biden's president, which I continue to be shocked by every time. Biden just gave his speech. We have to analyze that in a second. We're gonna dip in and out of the rest of it, which is honestly not quite as important to say the least. And so because I've got to give you an analysis of that Biden speech. But here, let's just listen in for a second because I'm curious what's happening here.
Amanda.
Oh, it's the Poe.
Forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens.
So look, she's a wonderful young lady, and poems are nice. And there was a nice line about, along the lines of catastrophe will not overtake us. We will beat catastrophe. Boy, did I butcher that line you just heard. That was delivered much better by her. But again, songs, poems, I'm not that interested. So no disrespect to her, she seems wonderful and brilliant. I mean, look, and people. Now I'm just gonna make a needless mean comment about poems, but knowing that yes, I wrote one called Hope. Anyway, people got to stop saying it in the same staccato way of delivering poems. We got to come up with something new. So this whole of salmon goes well with cream cheese on a bagel. You got to stop doing reading poems that way.
I don't think she was really doing that.
Yeah, only a little bit. She was way better than most. Right, but still, there was a little same kind of beat and rhythm, a tiny bit. Anyways, before we get even more into analysis of Biden there, so look, she's trying to do the same thing that this entire day is trying to do, which is unity, 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 and. It's just not the real world. I mean, I know that's partly why they elected him, but and here's Roy Blunt again, and he's co-chair of the Inauguration Committee. So this is very, very normal. This is exactly what happens in all inaugurations. This is not Joe Biden trying to reach out and be more bipartisan. It's just the reality of how these things work. But we're gonna dip in and out of these speeches, but I keep promising you the analysis, and we gotta deliver for you in a minute. But let's just hear this person out for a minute. I'm trying to give you a flavor of it without getting you engulfed in songs and poems and prayers. So let's
listen. As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our president, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever.
Yeah, I'm not much for everybody bowing their heads, and I don't want to get any further into talk of prayers. Okay,
let's staccato for me.
Yeah, it's the same thing over. It's a God's gonna protect us. Well, sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. Anyway, okay. So let's do it. Let's do analysis of the Biden speech. So Joe Biden just spoke, and there were some great parts of the speech and some, mediocre and troubling parts of the speech, in my opinion. Curious to get your guys' take on it. First of all, of course, most interesting thing to note is that his middle name is Robinette. So we just discovered that. Okay, perhaps we might have discovered it earlier, but it is fun to note. Robinette. So Corn Pop and Robinette battling is a fun battle from the old days. Anyways, now on to the good stuff. Look, guys, we're back in the Paris Accords. Is it enough? Not nearly, right? But is it a good thing? Yes, yes, we have rejoined the world. It's a great thing. We are going to do more to try to battle climate change. That's a great thing. So when I see that, when I see a president acknowledging white supremacy, it's just a relief. We've been lied to and gaslit for so long, and so to have a president go, "Is there white supremacy still in this country?" Of course, right? Is at least a moment of like, we're back to planet Earth and back to the realities of the actual America. And it doesn't mean that you should give up on America. It just means we fight harder and we work harder to get to a better place. So the fact that we're doing that is wonderful. And when he said joy, he quoted scripture and said, "Joy cometh in the morning." Well, that I could definitely relate to, because this morning where Donald Trump is no longer president, joy has cometh. Okay, so no question about that. But when he talks about unity, you know my feelings about that. It's not realistic. I like that he's saying it, and I know that people elected him to be a healer of the country. That's what he ran on, and a unifier. But let's be honest, they mainly elected him because he wasn't Donald J. Trump, and I don't know that that's a nod to unity so much. I know he ran on unity, but he might have gotten elected on the opposite, on the fact that you are not him. That's not really unifying. And so to me, unity honestly doesn't make much sense, just logically. And if you're a person who grew up on New York Times, NPR, and CNN, you're rebelling at that thought. You hate this. You're almost turning out now. I was told, brainwashing to believing that unity for unity's sake is awesome, always wonderful. But I gotta ask you this simple, logical question: who are we unifying with, and to what end? So if you say let's unify with racists, well, we kind of did when we reunified after the Civil War. We're kind of doing it now. Okay, it's a tough pill to swallow, but okay. But what are we unifying towards? If you say, well, we're reunifying with racists, but so that we can get to this wonderful goal of more tax cuts for the rich. No. I don't agree, and I will not unify over absurdities. I will not unify over things I do not agree with, right? But if you say we're unifying so that we can actually get to equality and justice for all, and I'm going to prove that in my policies, then great, I love it. And I can't wait for it, brother. So we welcome joy in the morning with open arms, and we look forward to the wonderful things that Joe Biden can do, but not blindly. Hope is here, but it is not blind. So we will hold Joe Biden accountable, including this very first speech of his, and he said we are going to end this uncivil war, and it's a nice note, and I'm glad he said it, but it's not really true. Our job is to tell you what's true. This uncivil war is not remotely over. Donald Trump leaves as the least popular president in American history, but he also leaves as the most popular among Republican voters. More popular than Reagan, more popular than Eisenhower. So our division continues. He made a great nod to truth and that truth matters. And he had a really good line about how we have to get beyond the lies for power and profit. But the reality is the establishment also has lies for power and profit, like the lie that we can't afford healthcare for everyone, like every other developed nation in the world, that we cannot afford it in the middle of a pandemic. It is not true. It is a lie that honestly helped Joe Biden get elected. It was a lie given to us by the mainstream media, including the CNNs of the world. So while we banish the lies of the right wing and Donald Trump, let us not be seduced by the lies of the establishment that are for their profit and power. All right, I have more, but let me kick it over to John and Ida. So John, your thoughts on the speech?
I have, yeah. Look, I would generally say I mostly agree. I think that this is the sort of event, and he's the sort of candidate that you're gonna get a lot of this unity talk. And I think it's not objectively bad in all senses. If we believe that Donald Trump being president helped to drive people apart and increase extremism and those sorts of things, then I probably believe that the opposite of that in terms of the way you communicate could potentially help to simmer things down just a little bit, maybe. I would have preferred if there had been a bit more, not just about the challenges of which there was a little bit. He mentioned inequity, he mentioned the pandemic, but more specific plans, sort of we're unifying and here's where we're going to, rather than just we're unifying and here's a unity place we're going to. Like I would have preferred that, but I think it is what the event is about. We've just been through, the attack on the Capitol. If it represents that he seriously believes that he's going to be able to work with the Republicans a ton, really substantively, that they're not going to be battling him, then that's disappointing. But I hope that it's just him doing his duty, which is to unify us. But I just really hope that the sort of Obama first term period that Obama went through, of really trying to reach out constantly, I hope that Biden's version of that is far shorter because we don't have time to waste.
Yeah, look, more good lines. He said, this is this winter of our peril, and it really, really was. So give him credit for that. And he said, at least democracy did not die on our watch. And that is a thing to be celebrated. And as I saw Kamala Harris leaving there as we're doing the analysis of the speeches, I thought she's leaving as vice president of the United States of America. And so democracy did not die on our watch. It's not just Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party that should be proud of that. It's all of us. It's the voters, it's the audience, it's the people that fought, it's the people that won. Democracy lives, and it is a great, great day in America. So let's not lose track of that either. Ida, your thoughts?
Okay, so first and foremost, I do want to give a shout out to Amanda Gorman, the young Black poet who's 22 years old, because she just did make history. And I know that we are so in division right now and in turmoil that, all of this stuff feels very secondary, because just a few weeks ago, we saw some of the most egregious acts against our democracy from our very own citizens in this country. I do want to say that I agree with you, Cenk. And unity is not possible if your beliefs are rooted in my oppression. And that is not gonna go away in a couple of days because we hear some great words and prayers and people kumbayaing right now because there's a Black woman in office, when there are so many Black people and brown people who are dying right now from this pandemic. That doesn't go away on Inauguration Day. I think we hit 400,000. There are healthcare providers who don't have what they need so that they can provide the services for these people. Our healthcare system is broken. And I just want to remind you of these things because we get into these days and we have these celebrations and we have these hashtags and we celebrate all of this stuff. And there are so many Americans who are struggling right now. And just to say that, this racial stuff, which was horrible that we've been seeing, but it's always been here. And now the highlighter that's been scribbled over it to say how deep it is rooted into the American way. I want to know that now that we've highlighted it, what are we going to actually do about it? Because we know that white supremacist groups have infiltrated law enforcement and our military and have been removed because they have been a threat to this actual president and this new vice president. So no, we can't sit here and have this singing and this celebration. What we should be doing is paying tribute to those soldiers that are, many of them are Black and brown, who put their lives on the line doing for the safety of these people who forget them when it comes to policies and strategies later. Puerto Rican soldiers who don't get to vote for the president, occupying the White House to fight to save, to protect his life. And I think that we need to remember that when we have this, yes, we can celebrate democracy and we can celebrate freedom, but if not real freedom, if it's not true freedom for all Americans.
Yeah, 100% right. And so, look, sometimes talk of unity is an argument centered around privilege as well. Because again, it depends on what we're unifying around. And so my background is Muslim, and this country is not unified around love for Muslims. Nope. It just hasn't, okay? And so if you say to me, we're going to, then I love it. It's wonderful. Not because Muslims are any different or better than anyone, but precisely because of the opposite, which is that we're just the same as everybody else. We're all 100% American. And if we get treated that way, then that's fantastic. That's the true creed of America. And that's why my family moved here. And that's why we love this country, because that's what we're aspiring to, right? But let alone if you're Black, Latino, and on and on. The Chinese were the only country, China and ethnicity that were ever banned completely from America for some period of time. So if you're unifying around banning people, whether they're Chinese or Muslim, which pretty much this covers my whole family, then I say no. I have no interest in that unity for unity's sake. So but if you're unifying around, what it means to have true equality and justice, obviously that's what we're literally here for. That's what the point of the Young Turks is, and to hold people accountable to that. Biden said there, my whole soul is in this, when he was talking about unity. And it's a nice line, but it's also what I'm worried about. If you're invested in unity for unity's sake, you will make compromises on policy just to get to unity. And that is something to really, really look out for if we're doing an honest analysis of what's to come in the next 4 years. I want to give some of the last word in the analysis here to you guys. Give you guys a couple of quotes from YouTube super chat here, and we appreciate all of you guys being part of this coverage and all of our coverage. If you hit the join button below the video while you're watching on YouTube, you become a Young Turk member, one of us, and help us put these shows together and fight for change for you all, okay? And we want a part of that fight today. And obviously, we got a lot more to come on that front soon. And for folks watching anywhere else, obviously tyt.com/join. But Thomasina wrote in to really amplify the point that Ida was making. Down goes Trump. Loving this podcast so much. Love 2020. So much love. She wrote in. 2020 was hard on me. My daughter was murdered. I buried her on March 1st, and 2 aunties and 2 brothers, all back to back. But I'm crying for happiness. So it has been a brutal year, 2020. So that family obviously went through incredible tragedy, but a lot of our families did. 400,000 people are dead from COVID. So now I'm hearing more and more people in my personal life who are saying, "Oh my God, my friend's dad died." Yep. It's real, guys. It's been real from day one. That's why this propaganda is so maddening. It gets you to question reality. Well, I mean, we're having a debate about whether 2 + 2 = 4, and then it turns out 4 happened to my dad. No, 4 has always been real. 2 + 2 has always equaled 4. So 400,000 Americans, that's 0.1% of the country. That's not a good thing. That is a giant, massive number, a massive number of dead people. It really is the winter of our peril. And so thank God we're done with 2020. Thank God, at least at a bare minimum, the thing you can give the establishment is you might not agree with all their goals. And then when you don't, their competence is problematic, right? But they are competent on the things that you agree with and the things you don't agree with. And so Joe Biden, is very, very likely to bring competence back into the United States government. That means you're likely to get the vaccine sooner. That means we're likely to save a lot more lives. We at least have a president who cares. Trump didn't do anything about COVID after the election. As we were breaking record after record, 9/11 level casualties day after day after day. Trump almost never talked about it, did nothing about it. All he did was, it was a fraud, stolen election. Just the most vile, despicable person who's ever been in public office. The fact that he's gone today, I'm never gonna get over what a wonderful day it is on that alone. But last word is Martin Jorgensen. He says, it's done, OMG. Maybe I can sleep peacefully again. It's been a horrific 4 years. Please, America, don't scare us all like that again. Thank you, TYT, for your strong, honest work. Congrats from Denmark. So there's something wonderful today in Denmark because there's something wonderful for the whole world to celebrate today. Other than the loathsome, hateful right wing across the world who are united in their bigotry and hatred and fear of immigrants and everyone else that doesn't look like them, the rest of the world is celebrating because one of the most horrific leaders of our times has been defeated, humiliated, and driven from office. So on that alone, it's a great day in America and in the whole world.
John, if we have time, I wanted to ask Ida a question actually, and sort of to her point about unity. Like we obviously, like we're enjoying this and we're glad that's happening, everything. But we also know that the same problems we had yesterday are still here. We just don't have Trump anymore, and we need to deal with these. Like the people. Like Trump's people they're gonna be sad for a little bit and then they're gonna come back fighting. The Republicans are gonna still be there. Like, what do you think about like all the people that we need to stay engaged in this? People who don't necessarily follow things as much as us or the audience, that don't necessarily agree with us on everything, but that were active for the past few years because of Donald Trump and how like clearly awful he was. Like, do you worry that now with Biden in, people are gonna go back to bed and people are gonna go back to brunch, and once we get past the pandemic, like we're gonna suddenly find ourselves with a lot of our allies having drifted away because Trump's not here anymore?
Absolutely. I mean, you know how many people have created careers just on hating Donald Trump and for profit, not because they actually care about the people. It just became something very popular where people were really every single day talking about Trump gaining a following because it's gone mainstream. I think that the way we showed up to vote for Obama because we wanted to see history in the making with a black president, and we showed up to get rid of Donald Trump because we realized how divisive and what a tool he was for white supremacy and actually for just barbaric behavior and foolishness and an attack on our education system. I think it's important that we stay engaged, because we do a lot of complaining. You, me, and Cenk, and all of us are constantly getting tweets from people who have a lot of political opinions. They have a lot of things to say, but they don't show up to the voting polls, and they don't think about this on a regional and local level. Donald Trump and the president is just one, the presidency is just one aspect of our problems, but we have to think locally and we have to stay engaged locally because we have to get rid of these sheriffs, these judges, these superintendents, all of the people who have something to do with the real estate and the lack of access for us. You know, I think about this day and I think about the First Nations people, the Native Americans, and what they have to feel, because we have built such a patriotic, all these rituals based on their raping and pillaging and all of the horrible stuff that has happened to the First Nations people of this land, who are the natural inhabitants of this land. And I really hope that we continue to show up for one another, not just on Twitter, but with our dollars and with our votes, because it's gonna take all hands on deck for us to make a change in this country. All we've seen in the last 4 years are the highlights of all of the problems that have been bubbling for a long time that we have not been addressing. And so, yes, I worry that now that Donald Trump, ding dong, the witch is gone, a lot of people are just gonna go back to their day thinking that this is resolved. And as Cenk said, in 2016, This has only just begun. I talked to Jamal Bowman today. We only have a few people who are really vested in the interests of all the people. And then we got to deal with all these corporations running our country. So yes, we have to stay engaged and we have to make sure that we're getting information from the proper source, because what we saw the other day on January 6th was a great indicator of how failed our education system is in this country. And we got deep, deep problems.
Yep. So look, now we begin the transition to what our ass of the Democratic Party and Joe Biden is. And so first we start with the $2,000 checks. Promises were made, and turning around immediately and saying just kidding is not going to work. Not going to work. Not remotely. It would be starting off on a disastrous footing. So that's number one. Number two, we have a number of things that were promised that are easy, and Biden will do those, getting back into the Paris Accord, et cetera. He is promised to do a little more, getting out of the Keystone Pipeline deal. I am surprised by that, and pleasantly so, and I'm here for it. Okay, so great. Oftentimes we criticize the Democratic Party, and because people are used to how partisan news is, so when they tune in, not just to MSNBC, but to CNN, they will get usually 24 hours of cheerleading for corporate Democrats. So the idea of holding Democrats accountable on things that are important is an anathema to the mainstream media. That's why they talk about nonsense like tan suits and Peloton bikes, because it allows them to do fall criticism of the Democratic Party while actually not touching them on the substance at all. We don't do that. We will, as you saw, we ripped Donald Trump's face off. I don't know any show that despised him more than we did, okay? That doesn't mean Democrats get a blank check, hell no. And if you can't stomach us criticizing Democrats on your behalf to get you what you deserve, then this is not the show or the network for you, right? MSNBC's got nonstop pom-poms. If you want pom-poms for Democrats, you'll get 4 years of pom-poms from MSNBC. The idea that MSNBC hosts would criticize Joe Biden or Kamala Harris is unthinkable. If they do, it'll be about trivial matters, not about the substance. I guarantee it. So we will hold the powerful accountable, whether they are Republicans or Democrats, because that's kind of what we were supposed to do in news. And it appears that almost everyone else in news has forgotten that. Now, there's some other great folks in news in the Intercept, Guardian, Democracy Now, and then great progressive hosts, Kyle Kalinske, Sam Cedar, Rational National, A Humanist Report, Ida Rodriguez, Ben Dixon, Frederick Joseph. I can go on and on and on, obviously, right? So we're gonna do our jobs, and along those lines, in terms of once you get past the easy, the Paris Accord of the world, well, then we get into stuff that should be easy but will not be, like $15 minimum wage. Should pass on day one, should have no issues whatsoever. It is intensely popular throughout the country, including in the reddest of states. The only reason it wouldn't pass on day one is because of one word: corruption. Yep. Corruption within the Republican Party and corruption within the Democratic Party. No one in their right mind would not be in favor of a proposal that is massively popular, and one that you promised. But the Democrats will try to evade. That's my prediction. I hope I'm wrong. If they pass it, I love giving credit where it is due, and I'll do it with bells on, and we'll light the fireworks, okay? But if they try to prevaricate and evade, we'll come for them, and we'll let you know, and we will point out every one of their lies, and we will be 100% unabashed. We don't have access. We don't care about access. They can take their access and shove it. We're gonna tell the people the truth. And I pick $15 minimum wage because it is so easy. Yeah. When you get to HR 1, the anti-corruption measure, that's the one the Democrats ran on and claimed to be so proud of. There is no way they are going to do it. They have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency. That's another thing that they can pass on day one. And there's a lot of great provisions in HR 1. I don't say that lightly. That's the issue I care most about because it affects all other issues. And I would tell you if it was weak sauce, and there are portions of it that are not great, but there are stuff in there that is fantastic. If they pass it in its entirety, I would be thrilled. They will not, I guarantee it. They will water it down beyond recognition. There's no way in the world of corporate Democrats pass HR 1 through the Senate and have Biden sign it in its entirety. So the battle will be engaged. And there will be no ands, ifs, or buts about that fight. And when you talk of unity, hey, why don't you just pass non-corruption measures while pretending that you got rid of corruption? No deal, let alone Medicare for all. Biden was super clear, he's against it. Are we done with it? Hell no. I don't care that he's against it, I'm for it, so let's fight.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say, because people do attack me and say, well, you're so anti-democratic, like who are you with? I just want to make it very clear of who I'm with. I'm with the people. Until there is justice, equality, equity, and freedom for all the people, all of the people, my people included, then I'm with the people. All this celebrity worship of these political parties have gotten us here. From the president of SAG, Ronald Reagan, to the guy from, the Apprentice, we have been ushering in this Hollywood mentality and this celebrity worship. These are public servants and officials, and we need to be holding them accountable. We paid their salaries.
100%. Preach it, teach it, Ida Rodriguez. So look, we're out of time in this hour, but everybody check out Truth Serum. Everybody check out Ida Rodriguez on Sirius Satellite Radio over the next couple of weeks. Channel 126, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern, okay? And I tell you to check out Damage Report, but Damage Report's next, so you just have to stay here. That one's super easy. So John and I are going to come back and we're going to do the news of the day on top of the obvious, which is inauguration, which we're covering all day. So don't miss a second of that as well. Again, guys, if you hit the join button below on YouTube, all the folks on Twitch, I see all your comments. I've read all your comments. I appreciate you, love you for it. But wherever you are, tyt.com/join, come be a Young Turk, be a champion for truth, be a champion for progressives. And fight so that we can actually pass the bills that will affect your lives. We're here not just on blind hope, but on real hope to fight for real change. So come fight with us to bring that change. Today is a massive, important day for that change, but the job is only half done. Now we've got to actually pass the bills that affect your lives so we can get to a better America. All right, Ida and John, thank you for being part of this coverage. Obviously, as we did the play-by-play here, but up next is Damage Report. John and I will be right back and give you all of that, including amazing news from today. All right, we'll be back.
Especially among young people.
This weekend was the second Women's March, both across the US and across the world. So these people are not simply marching, they're not simply talking, they're also running for office. And when they do run, they're gonna make a difference.
Joe Crowley is congressman from New York. He's very powerful. Why? He raised a lot of money. But there's someone finally challenging him.
We need to have representation that advocates as fiercely for working class people as possible from this seat.
If candidates like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez even get a little bit of media attention outside of what the Young Turks does, they have an excellent chance of winning. She's gonna win, she's gonna win.
68% reporting.
The majority of Americans want Medicare for all. So I don't care what you and your corporate cronies want. What I care about is what the American people want.
We believe in total change. Everything runs on donor money. And that is what we will fight, and that is exactly why they don't like us. We're having fun, it's election night!
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has defeated Joe Crowley.
Here we go again!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Down goes Crowley! Down goes Crowley! Down goes Manafort! Down goes Cohen! Women came out in record numbers in the primaries. They said you'll be lucky to get one candidate. We now have 12 that have won their primaries. Bezos and Amazon announcing that they are going to go to a 15-hour minimum wage.
We're making progress. Let's keep going.
Many of these women made history.
The biggest victories, all women of color. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, Sharice Davids and Deb Haaland.
And I want to go to Congress because I want to change those things.
I'm calling it. Jamal Bowman has won. Down goes Engel. Down goes Engel.
For a long time, we have not had progressives in power. It's going to be something to behold.
Welcome to Happy Hour, everybody. After a week of soul-crushing news, we break out the good stuff. Good news, good videos, good people, and of course, drink good alcohol. That's the worst thing I've ever had.
This is the best show.
Full disclosure, we did do a shot right before the show began. It says,
let's
flamingo.
Flamingo.
The reason you had trouble with that word is it's not a word.
Okay.
This is the one of everything.
I've got a rash. Could I just put it on that to see if it'll take it off?
What did you used to think this was?
Bull piss.
Drink it, swallow it,
No.
spit it. Oh, that's needed after a day like this. Cheers to Brett Ehrlich. Climax. Uranus smells like farts. Because of course it does. This is the worst sketch ever of a perp. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They found the guy. This is Sophie's super happy dog story of the week.
This dog is so precious and deserves the world. I'm just not drinking that beer.
Here's my dog. This is Onyx.
Yeah, I would just say that he's exotic because he's not your traditional dog. Still 12 out of 10 because they're all good.
Well, if that made you happy, just wait till you see the best thing ever of the week. There is a woman who moves like a horse.
Why do I want to go home and like try this?
We're actually going to show you the running butthole challenge right now. What's happening? No, that's just wrong. Every way. And we'll see you next time.
Hey Dave, as you can probably see, Skype froze. Frozen crashed.
You know, I'm watching that documentary on the Vietnam War, and there was a TV journalist in the middle of some tiny little village in Vietnam doing live TV as the soldiers were burning the Vietnamese huts, and it didn't crash. And that was 1965, and he was in Vietnam.
Bye-bye. Corn Pop was a bad dude. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Inauguration Day. We're done. Trump's gone. That's in the past. We're looking forward, not back, but only in the hopeful way. Hopefully not in the prosecutorial way. But anyway, I'm John Iadarola, very excited to walk you through an hour of not only a little bit of talk about the inauguration, and we're certainly going to be talking about both Trump's leaving, Biden's coming in, but also some other news of the day. And when I say we, I mean me. And despite the fact that it's Wednesday, it is Inauguration Day. So we decided we're going to give you something special. We're going to give you Cenk Uygur. How's it going, Cenk?
Good, brother. How you doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. I wish it could be a cleaner good. And I know we're already being criticized for being as like occasionally negative in our coverage, but that's just like we don't put aside everything just because the good things happening. That's not who we are. So people can't really be too surprised that we feel happy, we feel relieved, we have an opportunity, an opening is now available to us to apply pressure and get some good stuff. But there's a lot of work that's coming, and I'm not ready to take 6 weeks off or anything.
Yeah, look, it's nonsense. I love you, but it's not news. So saying, oh, you should stop criticizing things that you know to be true. You should stop saying things that are true for any period of time, a day, 6 weeks. No, that's not how news works. I remember when I was at MSNBC and Barack Obama had just given a speech about the Egyptian revolution, and they told me not to comment on it honestly afterwards. And that you had to wait a certain period of time. And I remember literally having a conversation with, how long? Do you wait a minute, an hour, a day, a week before you can tell the truth about the speech? I mean, what an absurdity. No one's gonna care about that speech a week from now. So no, the time to be honest is always.
Yeah,
so
totally.
That's kind of how news is supposed to work.
And we're gonna try to make this hour work. Thank you to everyone who's joining us, regardless of what platform you're on. Some of you have already been watching for a few hours, but please like this stream and share it so that people know we're active as we go through these many stories. I did want to let you know something special though, before we launch into this first story, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun to start things off. This is not necessarily going to be, although there are some important substantive things coming, this is not gonna be just hardcore on all that. Like, we're gonna have a little bit of fun, but we have an announcement. And it's an announcement that we've sort of made before, but it's official now, okay? As of right now, if you bring up your little phone and you load up your little TikTok, you'll find the damage report on there. No big deal. You'll find me. You might find Cenk from this show on there soon. I'm seeing a break in the news, but are we still live? Can we confirm if we're still live? Okay, good. Well, and now that we're back from that break, we're still on TikTok following that break. So definitely take a look at that. We've been having a little bit of fun with it. There's already some videos up. If you haven't already, it's a lot of fun. If you don't use TikTok, well, I didn't before either, but I'm learning it. If I can learn it, I think you can too. So go search at The Damage Report on there, and you can give us ideas of what sort of content you'd like to see from The Damage Report on TikTok starting now.
Yeah, so John, I'd like to say for my part, welcome TikTok. It's good to have you here. And obviously my middle name is TikTok. Although in Turkish there's some chance it could be. Abi TikTok gelsene buraya. Anyways, will I be doing dancing on TikTok?
Maybe.
I was gonna say not likely, but you never know with me. There's a little shoulder shimmy every once in a while, so it could happen. And my only real comment on it is, some good stuff has happened on TikTok. I mean, TikTok busted up Donald Trump in a way that I kind of loved. So I'm here for it now, quite literally.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm really hoping that in my initial experimentation on TikTok, I don't run afoul of the K-pop group. So I'm gonna try not to ruffle too many feathers there. But anyway, with that, why don't we launch into a few of our stories, including a little bit of fun. If you thought we were being too negative, well, this is going to be the exact opposite of that. It's not like on Inauguration Day, I needed a pick me up. It was already a good day, but I can't say that I didn't smile when I saw this tweet from Greta Thunberg with a picture of Donald Trump getting onto the helicopter. He seems like a very happy old man, looking forward to a bright and wonderful future. So nice to see. And if you don't know what she's doing there, let's bring that up. As he goes, and if you don't know what she's doing there, it's a reference to his September 2019 tweet against her, saying she seems like a very happy young girl looking forward to a bright and wonderful future. So nice to see, like mocking one of her greatest moments, I think, in that speech right there. So look, the idea that somewhere out there, I guess over an ocean, Greta Thunberg is smiling a bit because Donald Trump is no longer in a place to deregulate our environment, block progress on dealing with climate change. Cenk, that makes me a little bit happier today.
Yeah, no, it's an awesome tweet. There's nothing I enjoy more than a good clapback Now this clapback was a couple of years in the making, so it took a while to get here. But like action on climate change, it couldn't have gotten here any sooner. So I don't know what I'm enjoying more, that tweet or the fact that we're in the Paris Accords again.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
That's true. Which is certainly something, although I think Greta would be the first person to say that's the ground floor. That's literally the bare minimum. But anyway, yeah, I don't look, Greta's a relatively private person. There's a lot that we don't know about Greta, but one thing we do know is how she likes her revenge served, and it's cold. It's cold because that's not the only time. She responded to him in November of last year, and honestly, I don't even remember exactly what this is a response to because Trump's tweet is blocked because he's blocked on Twitter now. But when she said, "So ridiculous, Donald must work on his anger management problem, then go to a good old fashioned movie with a friend, chill, Donald, chill." Again, mocking the thing that he said to her when he was so mad. And this is just one of the things, one of the petty things not to forget from the Trump era. He was so angry that a little girl got Time Person of the Year that he began mocking her on social media. That's what she is referencing there. What a ridiculous time.
He was jealous of a 16-year-old. He's just the saddest man in America. And now, quite literally, he's in Florida sulking and crying as we speak. I'm not even like exaggerating. I think there's an excellent chance he is literally crying right now. MAGA tears flowing down his orange cheeks. And Greta and the rest of us are celebrating because this idiot monster is no longer in office and the planet is literally a little safer today than it was yesterday.
A little safer. Yeah, they always like to say that Trump doesn't drink alcohol. Does that last through today? I wonder. Anyway, okay, let's move on to other news. Looking forward, Donald Trump is no longer president, and we're the first to say he doesn't have any power. And we mean when we say that he doesn't have any direct political power. We don't have to worry about some sort of executive order making it so that same-sex couples have a harder time adopting, like just at the drop of a hat. Stephen Miller's worst ideas on immigration don't immediately become policy anymore. All of these are good things, but it isn't to say that he won't have some sort of power going forward. And I, for one, want to understand what that might look like. And we're finding out in the past couple of days, one idea of what it might look like. That is that President Trump has reportedly floated the possibility of starting a new political party as he prepares to leave the White House amid internal struggles within the Republican Party. The ironic thing, of course, being that the Republican Party, like to the bitter end, was so deferential to him that multiple senators tried to steal the election for him immediately after being evacuated from the building because of the goons he sent in. They would have been perfectly happy to kill every one of them. But they didn't successfully overturn it. And so he considers that the ultimate betrayal. And now he's thinking about this. He apparently wants to call it the Patriot Party because he is a very, very clever person. But anyway, Cenk, we know that there's like the potential media road, there's the potential political road. We thought maybe it might come in the form of his children running as Republicans or him running as a Republican in 4 years. A third party, what do you think about that as an option?
I love it. I have been against a third party on the left for a long time. And I've taken a lot of heat from progressives for that. Some progressives. And why? Do I think the Democratic Party is awesome and I want to protect it? Hell no. But if you have a third party, it is going to split your vote and let fascists win. It's just a fact. Now, it's not a fact in primaries. In primaries, it's totally different. And if you want to make an argument for structural change, like ranked choice voting, I love it. How can I help more? So, and we have featured third parties on the Young Turks in the early and even in the late stages of elections because we're fair. And we want you to know all of your options, even if I don't necessarily agree with one of those options. So now I tell you all of that because if you've got a third party coming from the right, I am positive that the Republicans will be screwed. Like if it's anything real, if Trump manages to land it, and that's a big if because he's literally the most incompetent person I have ever seen in public life. So, I mean, if he's putting together a party, he can't put anything together. So there's going to be no cake, there's going to be no balloons, there's going to be no nothing. He's not going to have planned any of it. Yeah. So I assume that the Steve Bannons of the world will lead the charge, and the Stephen Millers. It'll be a party of pure fear and hatred. That means it'll siphon away a ton of Republican voters, because that's the core of the Republican Party. Yeah. If they split that vote in a way that is real and effective, then the Republican Party's dead. And a fourth party then becomes interesting, because then at that point, you're not automatically handing a win to fascists. So it has a lot of consequences. But John, if it's real, it's the greatest development honestly, one of the greatest developments in American political history.
Yeah, and that's not to say that it couldn't have a lot of really negative consequences. A more pure, unadulterated version of Trumpism might lead to more radicalization, extremism attacks, and things like that. They could have those sorts of consequences. But yeah, based on the fact that our system is set up the way it is in terms of how votes are calculated and how winners are determined, this stands a very real chance, if it's done in a serious fashion, of devastating Republican chances of winning national elections and maybe statewide elections too. Honestly, anywhere where they compete, the Dems will be much more likely to win. That's just a natural consequence of the system. Now, if they wanted to first change to ranked choice or approval voting or something like that, that is a serious way to pursue a third party on the right that could actually succeed. But if you don't want to do that, you want to skip right to the party, then that's the outcome. On the other hand, that was assuming that it's a serious attempt to win elections. You can also, Trump could be setting up this third party as an amazing, durable, long-standing way to make a bunch of money. He can start a party with him as the figurehead, and they can start PACs, and they can raise money, and they can do some ads, and they can technically be running, but it could be an amazing way to make money. I mean, after the election, he spent 2 months raising hundreds of millions of dollars to fight the fraud and stop the steal. He didn't stop the steal. He didn't fight the fraud. He was the fraud, but he made a ton of money. That money's still out there, by the way. How much of it did he spend? I don't know, 10%? He's just got the rest of it. So you can set up a third party just to personally enrich yourself. And that seems like exactly the sort of thing a person like Donald Trump would do.
Well, John, I'm here for it on that count too. So if you want to rob Republican voters of their money, so they can't contribute to causes that might actually help their side, great. And in fact, if they give their money to a thing that's going to hurt their side, amazing, amazing, go for it. Give all your money to Donald Trump, you suckers. So give it so that he'll have it, even though he's already rich, and you won't, even though you're not. And it'll be completely and utterly wasted and will not accomplish any of your goals. In fact, it'll be counterproductive to your goals. So please donate to the Patriot Party, make it a reality. So if you want to do something smart, even though it won't rip the Republican Party apart, and you wanted to unite with progressives and voting for ranked choice voting or real election reform that gets us to a more stable democracy, I vote yes, okay? And I'm happy to take that. And then the Patriot Party can be real, and a progressive party could be real. And so if they want to push in that direction, fantastic. I'll help them on policy grounds because it's the right thing to do. But likely they will not do any of that. It will be a giant scam. It'll be for the personal enrichment and psychological comfort of Donald Trump. And the right way to do this is within a party. And by the way, the people who did that best were the Republicans, the Tea Party. They easily took over the entire Republican Party. People don't talk about the Tea Party anymore. You know why? Because it's called the Republican Party now.
Yeah.
That no one disagrees with any part of the Tea Party anymore in the Republican Party. We're doing it within the Democratic Party with the Justice Democrats, and soon, not soon, but within some period of time, 4, 6, 8, 10 years, whatever, however long it takes, the Democratic Party will be the Justice Democrats. That's the right way to acquire power. Since Trump is not doing it the right or smart way, I love it. All he'll do is rip the Republican Party apart.
Yeah. Before we move on to our first break, I want to ask Cenk a couple of questions about Trump moving forward and what we just went through really fast. The first being something that we brought up in our coverage earlier, but we didn't really get into. We're talking about the pardons and breaking down the sort of people that he pardoned. He didn't pardon himself, and he didn't pardon his kids. He didn't pardon Rudy Giuliani. Why? And those might be different answers maybe, but why do you think he didn't do that? Like something that in theory could protect him from a lot of trouble going forward that he could have done, but didn't. Why?
So number one, he knows that his main problem is in New York and that he can't pardon himself out of New York crimes. Those are state crimes, not federal crimes. So it makes it slightly pointless to pardon yourself. That's where his finances were, Deutsche Bank. That's where all of his trouble is, okay? So, but number two, and the reason why he chose not to do it anyway, even though he would have gotten some benefit out of being pardoned from the federal crimes, is because the one thing Donald Trump understands, and what I've always given him credit for, is how the spotlight works and how media works. So he knows if he pardons himself, everyone is talking about why Donald Trump pardoned himself and what crimes and what criminality is Trump excusing for himself. He knows that's terrible optics. If you're having a debate about what crimes Donald Trump has done, Trump loses that by definition. And so he didn't want that optics. And since it was going to be largely pointless, I think that's why he didn't do it.
So yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing that occurs to me, but for his actual base, how easy would it be for him to say, because of the 4-year witch hunt the deep state has perpetrated against me, I am forced to pardon myself for crimes I haven't committed just to keep the deep state at bay? Couldn't he say that as a defense? I feel like red hatters would lap that up.
Look, he could do anything and say anything, so it doesn't matter. The immovable 1/3 of the country that loves him, he could shoot their mom on Fifth Avenue right in front of their eyes and say, "I did it for you," and they would believe it in a second. Instantly they would believe it. It reminds me of a kid that joined a frat in the college that I went to, and he said, "I would kill my mom for my frat," and it was one of the most disturbing things that I've ever heard. Wow. And that is how cults work. So they would do it for Trump. I hear you, John, that he could have come up with an excuse for it, but nonetheless, the conversation would have been about what kind of a criminal is Donald Trump. And he had enough sense to know that that's not a conversation he wants to be in.
Okay. And like I said earlier, I want to remind people, and this is the sort of thing that stops me from becoming more popular. I was wrong about that. I predicted yesterday that he would. I think a lot of people did. There was a lot of reason to believe, but he didn't. So maybe credit to him. I don't know, just in terms of savviness. Super fast follow-up question though, Cenk. We've been sort of wondering, like nobody even remembers this because it was a billion years ago and time doesn't exist before Trump became president. But there was a period when TYT was so frustrated with Donald Trump and his racist conspiracy theories that we used to blur his face whenever he would be on screen. Are we returning to that, or have we moved way past that as a country and as a company?
Yeah, so actually to be slightly more accurate, in the beginning we had him completely banned, like Ann Coulter.
That's true.
We would never speak of him. When he started running for president and was a real candidate and had a chance of winning, we blurred his face. And then once he actually started winning, we unblurred his face because we had no choice because we do news. And so before it wasn't news because it was just a game that Donald Trump was playing for his personal enrichment. Nothing he said he meant. So it was that was our news judgment not to cover him because it was all a show. Yeah. It's like we wouldn't cover a reality show as actual news, right? And so will we go back to banning him? No, because whether we like it or not, he is still news. There's no question about it. 1/3 of the country loves him and wants him to be dictator. That's news.
Okay. Are you not reasonable? Okay, with that, we are gonna have to take our first break. It is gonna be a social break. So for some of you, we will see you on the other side. Go back, everyone. Let's see what's going on. the audience. You've got a comment to read.
Yes, Depressed House wrote in our member section. No, John, I became a TYT member on election night 2016 because I was frustrated with Trump. But I'm definitely staying because over the past 4 years, TYT has opened my eyes to how bad even the Democratic Party is and how much improvements we as voters need to encourage on local, state, and national levels. I only hope there will be enough people like me who have been permanently engaged in politics. Yeah. So that's awesome. I love it. TYT.com/join. Hit the join button below if you're on YouTube. Anyone who disagrees with John is a friend of mine.
Thus making Ben Mankiewicz your best friend, I think.
And I love the point that you're making.
Okay, thank you. And now let's move to some other comments. I want to start at Twitch because I saw this message from Barbarossa Sparklebeard who says, hey TYT, I just wanted to say thank you for the last year. A follower gifted me a 3-month membership through YouTube, and you have slowly helped me restore my sanity when I was on the verge of tears and hopelessness. This is my first time watching you on Twitch and my first attempt to reach out to you, but I want to give you a massive thank you from the bottom of my heart. I love that comment, Barbarossa Sparklebeard. Thank you so much for that. Now in the super chats, the first super chat today was from Rob Shively who says, rejoice for Tricep Daddy has arrived. I'm hoping that Rob is referring to me. Are you Tricep Daddy? I don't know.
I've never heard that moniker before. I instantly love it, but it's definitely me.
Damn it, Rob. Okay, Franklin Sharpslicer says, maybe for a mere moment in time, I'll grant them a moment of joy. We just got rid of the fascist boy. Back to work with my silly rhymes and the dragons of truth to battle the slime. Happy hump, no Trump. Franklin, I love your poems as always. You should have been doing a poem at the inauguration as well. Anyway, James Bishop greeted Cenk by saying Justice Dragon in the house. They haven't forgotten.
Yes, I was wearing my Dragon Squad shirt around yesterday.
Nice, me too, actually. Now, I wanted to let people also know we've got United in progress. I don't know how much you can see, but that's available at Shop TYT. I love it. I don't really like brown t-shirts, but there's something about this color scheme and the design that I just love.
Now, John, also, of course, don't forget, especially on today,
you're fired.
You're fired. Fired. Uncle Sam fired him. ShopTYT.com.
By the way, someday Cenk is going to stand up to show the you're fired shirt to let me know that I'm fired. That's how it's gonna go down, I know it. Anyway, Mark Bugg says Cenk on TR, what? That book better be done, LOL. Like and share people, let's go. Down goes Trump, down goes Trump, down goes Trump.
In there.
Let's see, Sinful Solution says, I refuse to learn TikTok, but hey, Cenk. There you go.
I'll throw one.
Yeah.
Eric the Red said, a champion, Cenk. Sounds like a lot of work. Can't I just give you my credit card info and be snarky in the comment section?
I'll allow
sure,
it.
That'll work.
I'll allow it. Yeah.
And we could be your champion.
Exactly. 31 Nash says, my cat and I love watching you guys from SoCal. Be safe, Cenk and John. We will certainly try. And thank you for that. Now with that, more news is coming on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. And with that, let's jump back to the news. We've just ended a 4-year period of the media having to respond to the fact that every day there's a million news stories. The 5th biggest news story of any one of these days would have dominated the Obama era news for days at the very least. We're hopefully moving out of that time in terms of Trump's crazy statements, crazy policies, all of that. And so my concern is that we might be moving into a time much more like before Trump, where now we're gonna pretend that all of that didn't happen and look for tiny little things to blow out of proportion to become brown suit scandals and latte salute scandals and those sorts of things. And so I want to talk about something that we mentioned earlier in our coverage, and that is that Biden apparently has a problem. I don't know if you know this. It's his Peloton. It doesn't exactly comport with his regular Joe from Scranton persona, they say. And then also something about cybersecurity. So that maybe potentially is an issue. But the idea that this article, which is up on the New York Times, as well as the Seattle Times and other places, says that his regular guy from Scranton persona could be undercut by the fact that this 78-year-old rides a Peloton at home and that his wife rides a Peloton. Cenk, what do you think?
Okay, I'm of two minds on it. Number one, are you kidding me? I mean, that didn't take long. We're back to complaining about mustard on burgers and tan suits and saluting while holding coffee. Really, are we gonna do this? And so, number one, I'm not having a conversation about false equivalency between a violent coup to murder your vice president and democracy and a Peloton bike. We're not having that conversation. So end of this. Now, having said that, there's a second reason why it's in a sense almost more nefarious, because talking about Joe Biden's policies on healthcare in the middle of a pandemic is much more challenging. That would actually be holding Biden accountable, and the press doesn't really want to do that. Because so if the first article was Joe Biden says you should get your vaccine for free because we're in the middle of a pandemic, but he says your overall healthcare should not be free. And if you cannot afford your bills, the insurance companies should bankrupt you. Well, that would be an interesting and important policy challenge on day one, but they're never gonna write that. They're not gonna write it. They're not gonna write it because they're on his side on that. So the Peloton thing is both absurd false equivalency, but also a release valve to make it appear as if they're challenging corporate power in this country when they're doing the opposite.
Yeah, and look, obviously, this is an article. We'll see. The reason I'm putting it on the show is because of the fear that this is the opening of the floodgates. That it is a two-part thing. It's the media sort of going back into the model that you laid out so well, but then also some of the politicians going back into the same pattern. So something that we've been expecting and predicting, we've talked about on the show over the past year, is like in anticipation of the election, is happening now. During Janet Yellen's hearing, was it yesterday? You had Republican senators bringing up how we need to start taking the deficit seriously and the national debt, that these are massive things that suddenly should be a focus. Like whatever Biden plans to do or tries to do should be viewed through the lens of we have to get our fiscal house in order. After literally years of those senators not giving a damn about that whatsoever. And we were predicting it because it's a pattern that we've seen. Just like the Peloton, this is a cycle that we go through seemingly every 4 years. And my fear is that not just that they'll do it, but that it's gonna be sort of like you were talking about early in our coverage today, that the Democrats present themselves as better managers and more responsible managers. And if you're responsible, then you're the one that takes care of the deficit. And so you do austerity for 4 years or 8 years, just long enough to not deliver anything for the people so that you can then hand over this new renewed financial situation for America to the next Republican president who can immediately throw $2 to $3 trillion to the wealthiest people in America and jack up the defense budget. And so I fear that we're moving into sort of a media political complex that's designed to hem in and limit the Democrats. The Democrats are gonna step eagerly into that new pen, and that is going to raise the odds that we get a Republican. Like we, for decades now, have been going back and forth between Democratic and Republican administrations. They don't have to win the popular vote to do that, but they do get the presidency in the end. And so I'm already worried about Biden, thanks to the media and the other politicians, potentially creating that same situation for 4 or 8 years, that we're just gonna hand things back over, he's not gonna deliver.
So John, you're opening up a giant conversation there, because one of the biggest mysteries in the next 4 years is how the media is going to handle things. If they go back to politics as usual, which is the more likely route, much more likely, right? We're going to have an absolute rebellion online. And then how does that rebellion online interact with the mainstream media? Because when they say deficits, after being absolutely silent for 4 straight years on deficits, as the Republicans murdered our budget and put a $2 trillion hole in it for tax cuts for the wealthy. No, I'm not having a conversation about deficits. None for the next 4 years, none. If you dare bring it up, you're an absolute liar. You don't care about the deficit. I don't care if you're Jake Tapper or you're Mitch McConnell or you're Joe Manchin. You didn't say anything the last 4 years as you all got tax break after tax break after tax break. I'm not going to abide by your goddamn lies about how you're concerned about the deficit, but only when we could help the average person because a Democrat is in office, but never when a Republican is in office to help all of you multimillionaires. Hell no. So we will go to war over that, mainly with the mainstream media. But Biden and Manchin are part of the game. They want to throw the game. It's a rigged game in favor of the wealthy. Let's call it what it is. So, and lastly, John, the one good part of the Peloton story is there ain't no regular Joe, and nobody believes it. The only people who believe it are the people inside Washington. He was a regular guy back in Scranton approximately 2 million years ago. He was half a regular guy in Delaware 1 million years ago. He took the train back and forth. He was the poorest senator. I got it. But he's been in Washington for 47 years. I don't know a single politician more establishment than Joe Biden. He's one of the most esteemed senators of not just my lifetime, in American history. He was vice president and president. Don't tell me he's a regular Joe. Only people in Washington believe that. No one in the rest of the country believes he's a regular Joe. He's part of the establishment, and regular Joe is just marketing mythology. So I'm past it. It's absurd. I never believed it in the first place. Let's get real.
Let's get real. Okay, we're gonna move on to other news. Reminder, if you're watching this on a platform that has it, please like the stream so that people know we're live. And with that, let's move into another potential area for Biden action in the near future. One of the darkest moments of the Trump period was the Khashoggi incident, the Saudi-led assassination plot against a journalist that America did everything it could to distract from, to cover up for, to apologize for. And that stain has just been there. Most people have forgotten about it or moved on, but it's still there. And there are people who want justice for Jamal Khashoggi, some answers for his family. And potentially now with Biden coming in, we might move at least a little bit in that direction. Because during a Senate confirmation hearing on Tuesday, Senator Ron Wyden told Avril Haines, this is the nominee to be the next DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, that she had an opportunity to, quote, immediately turn the page on the excessive secrecy and lawlessness of the outgoing administration. He then asked if she would submit the report if she is confirmed, and she said, yes, Senator, absolutely, I will follow the law. The decision means that the US is likely to officially assign blame for Khashoggi's brutal murder to the Saudi kingdom's de facto ruler, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And so it hasn't happened. Theoretically, they could change their mind once Avril Haines, in theory, gets the post of DNI. But having the actual report come out, the actual intelligence that was gathered, like actually laying out what we know about what was done in that assassination, I think that could potentially be a sort of wake up call, a slap in the face of our relationship with the Saudi government right now. And I'm sure for the Khashoggi family would provide at least a little bit of solace after not just the brutal murder, that was a horror, but the American complicity with that murder could potentially start to change.
Well, it's super important for precedent too. It means the rule of law is back, and you're not allowed to murder US residents and US journalists. That's not a thing that's acceptable. That's a message you have to send, not just to Khashoggi, not just in the case of Khashoggi to Mohammed bin Salman, but it's a message you have to send to Vladimir Putin and others, Kim Jong-un, who've all sanctioned state murder of their opponents in other countries, let alone their own countries. So that's why it's important. But John, this is one where I don't know how it's going to end up, and I'm really curious about it because, okay, sure, they'll yell at bin Salman, but are they going to do something? Are they going to try to remove him from power? Because if they don't, we didn't really solve anything. And so, okay, bad boy, slap on the wrist. But remember, the Saudis are now really, really good allies with Israel. So that means actual action against the Saudi royalty is very unlikely. If it happens, I'll give them all the credit in the world because they would deserve it, and it would be bold action. And since he's starting with it, maybe. So I got an open mind on it, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, in terms of action, I think that could come in a lot of different forms. Actually, removing it from power, that potentially could be going down a devastating route of a war with Saudi Arabia or something like that, which I would prefer to avoid.
No, John, let me just clarify real quick. No, under no circumstances. I'm not talking about military. I'm talking about putting economic and political and diplomatic pressure. Exactly. There's a million princes in Saudi Arabia. Pick another one.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, just distancing the US militarily and economically from Saudi Arabia could be a significant punishment. I imagine the Saudis would see it as a significant punishment. And also in doing that, could do a lot of good in other areas. Us cutting off our support in the variety of forms that it comes in right now for the Saudi war on the people of Yemen would be an objective good in its own right. And also could be presented as a consequence for the assassination. We could potentially stop participating in killing so many people, causing such devastation. Biden has said, for instance, I'm gonna jump ahead of the last graphic, but during the campaign, he criticized Mohammed bin Salman, said that Saudi Arabia should be treated as a pariah, and said that they would seek to curb weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, as well as financial sanctions against Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And so we've sold under Trump a lot of weapons to the Saudi government. That's one way that in theory we could provide a little bit of consequences for what was done, and also help to stop so much ongoing death and potentially in the future as well in that region.
Yeah, well, my last thought on it, John, is I'll believe it when you stop the war in Yemen. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a layup. That's a thing that could be done. The whole first day thing is overused. But in the first week, first month, it doesn't matter, right? Well, it does matter because the earlier you stop it, the less people die. But Joe Biden ending the funding to Saudi Arabia that in any way helps them prosecute the war in Yemen is a super easy thing to do, and would be greatly welcomed by almost all Democratic voters, and by the way, by a lot of right-wing voters. So you'll actually bring unity, the thing that you cherish most, but it'll cost your defense contractors a little bit. So let's find out who Joe Biden is.
Yeah. I also want to mention, just because we don't have like a dedicated spot for this, yesterday on the show we were talking about some of the day one and week one actions that Biden would be undertaking. One more that we got a reference to is, again, this is on the level of absolutely the easiest thing in the world to do, but he's apparently going to issue an executive order to dissolve the 1776 Commission. A panel stood up by President Donald Trump as a rebuttal to schools applying a more accurate history curriculum around slavery in the US. That was one of the, for about 2 weeks, causes of the right, was fighting back against what the New York Times was doing in that area. So that's gonna be dissolved. I don't even know if it even really existed or what it was actually doing day to day, but it's another one of those things where day one, he can do that unilaterally. He doesn't have to worry about Congress or anything, so that's certainly good.
Well, John, he will definitely do that because, and I wanted to come back to make one more point as you were alluding to 1776, Stephen Miller's book report on how racism is awesome. That guys, here's your guide to telling whether Biden is going to do something, do it begrudgingly or not do it at all. How much money is involved? The 1776 doesn't involve any money at all. And so it's a good way of getting credit with African-American voters and any voter that cares and is a decent person by getting rid of that report. That's why it's layup on top of layup. Yeah. You'd be an idiot not to do that. And they're not stupid. They will do that, right?
Exactly.
But the minute you touch money, and with Yemen, for example, you touch a little bit of defense contractor money, Well, then it gets harder. And the minute you touch giant money, like the healthcare insurance industry and the drug companies, then it gets near impossible. So that's your way of deciding whether Biden's gonna do something or not.
Yeah. And by the way, look, a lot of this, I know because I'm seeing comments in like YouTube, like I saw one person said they were disappointed because today's a happy day and we seem so negative, and like I get it, I totally get it. There's a lot of good stuff that is gonna happen instantly and going forward. We did that whole segment yesterday on the show about rejoining the Paris Climate Accords, ending the Muslim ban, reversing all this. It's great. It's great. And one of the things I was saying in the months leading up to the election, once it was gonna be Biden, was this is not gonna solve all of our problems, but it does mean that there are going to be occasional bits of good political news. That is not something we've experienced for literally years at this point. So all of that exists. We will give him credit, and today is a happy day, but we still have an obligation, and our obligation to our audience and to the country isn't that different than what it was yesterday, I would argue. So bear with us, please. Anyway, in that event, or in any event, I should say, we're gonna take a short break. But stick around because we got a little bit more news after this. Welcome back, everyone, to our social break. Wanted to read a few of your comments, including the super chat from the Black Douglas, who says the Vietnam War lasted 10 years. So COVID is killing Americans over 66 times faster than the Vietnam War, 4 times faster than World War II. I'm in the UK, well, Scotland, so I'm not gloating, just saying. Yeah, I'm not a mathematician. I don't know if those numbers are accurate, but yeah, it's killing people way faster than in the worst global conflicts the US has been involved in over a century. That's horrifying. Let's see. May Money into Building says the Witch Queen of Oakland Dragon is happy to be into building today. Much love, Dragon Squad. Take my money as I am grateful for TDR. Thank you, and I will, May Money. Anyway, let's see. Ray Turner says to the tune of Nelly the Elephant. I don't know Nelly the Elephant. The GOP elephant packed their bags and said goodbye to the Senate. They went down thanks to the clown Trump, Trump, Trump. I don't know the song, but thank you. I know that there's a lot of desire for songs. Royal Calvin says, John, ask Cenk to sing for us.
Not buying it.
Okay. Rob Shively says, Cenk, you should make tricep workout videos and call it Tri-Tips.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Really funny.
I do like that.
Yeah. So, John, I'm surprised you didn't hear about my triceps because the whole country's talking about it.
If I ever wake up,
seriously, Cenk, we've talked about it on this show before.
I've heard.
Okay.
I know. I remember when you started working out again, and you were worried you'd get too jacked. I remember.
Yeah.
It had happened. You were right to worry.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see. Dragon Song.
I'll leave that one alone.
Dragon Song Yessie says, Cenk, I see some blue. Let's press on. A reference to your poem there. Okay. The Only King says, in the words of Robin Williams in Aladdin, are my eyes deceiving me? Cenk on TDR? Welcome, Cenk. I've been watching TDR and TYT for 2 years. Can I be Black Trans Man Dragon? You may, and thank you for watching. Do appreciate that.
Can I just say that I earlier mentioned that I got Lady Gaga on my iTunes. It's just one of her songs. No, two. I don't know why she won't say his name, but it's Alejandro. Anyway, but I have 4 songs from Aladdin on my iTunes.
Really?
So, yes, Black Trans Man Dragon. I'm right there with you, brother.
Someday we'll have a big debate on the show. Better Disney songs: Aladdin, The Lion King. That's a tough.
Drums.
Anyway, over on Twitch, Rain Drone, thank you for subscribing once again for 4 months running. Appreciate that. Allomorph for 3 months. Thank you for that as well. Northern Ice Dragon says, hey, Cenk, how's the book going? Sending encouraging vibes from one author to another.
Well, I'll tell you a fun, real quick thing about that. I have to confess that when I first started writing the book a long time ago, I had in my head what other people would think of it, critics, et cetera, right? Publishers. Good news that I have to report to you is I no longer give a damn, and I'm writing the book that I love, and I think that you, as I'm writing it, I think you guys are gonna love it. So, justicescomingbook.com. You can pre-order now.
Can't wait. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Damage Report with me, John Aderola, joined by Cenk Uygur. It only happens once a year, maybe once every 6 months or so. It's a rare treat, Cenk. Thank you for joining us today.
I love it. Damage Report is so much fun because you pick great stories, and I don't have to do anything but yell.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay, now with that, why don't we get into a few more of those stories? These are definitely gonna be on the lighter side. Let's have a little bit of fun, especially because we had like 2 hours of the prep for the inauguration, like people walking, cars coming in, all the media coverage of that. We're coming in way after it, but there was a couple of moments I wanna pull out of that. So, Newsmax is out there. You remember Newsmax? They're like the 3rd biggest cable company in the world now since they routinely beat Fox News. Anyway, they were covering the inauguration and they're taking it very serious. Not like objectively serious like a reasonable person would, but serious like a Newsmax viewer would want them to. And here is an example of what that looks like with Donald Trump's final moments as president.
There is no president more aware, Mark, of the optics than maybe John F. Kennedy, our first real television president. And it's interesting you bring up the Village People. So the song came out, YMCA, in 1978. Donald Trump was a young man in 1978, working in real estate in New York with his father. You know, the first line of that song is, "Young man, there's no need to feel down." President Trump had a hand in setting up the events of today, and I'm sure that was a song that he had some fun with back in the late 70s. And even though he will not be the president at noon Eastern today, there is no need to feel down. As he said, I'll be watching, I'll be listening, and I'll be back again in some form. Mark, any thoughts on what that might mean?
I think that's more than enough thoughts about what the choice of YMCA means. I think you didn't need to add any thoughts, actually, Cenk. God damn, are they taking this more serious than they need to?
I hear you, but there is something interestingly symbolic about it because they present an alternate reality so well and thoroughly that it even gets me to question for a second. And so I'm going to just double check here. YMCA and that song in particular, Macho Man, that's a gay anthem, isn't it?
I believe that for some in that community it has been traditionally.
Yeah, so that's a song about how it's okay. You don't have to worry about hiding who you really are, and you could be out and proud. That's my understanding of it. But like they say it like, oh, Donald Trump, you know, it's about a macho guy like him, and don't feel down. Wait, no, it's not. It's not about that at all. You're celebrating, you know, an anthem for gay Americans, and great, wonderful, but I don't think you know what you're doing. And second of all, think about how wonderfully sad that moment is, where Newsmax is like, "Don't worry, Donnie. I know you're crying, and I know you're down. We're all crying, Donald, MAGA tears. But don't be too down, Donald. Don't be too down, okay? You're still macho to us, but not in that way. But still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Why can't, like, he has some random songs that he likes. You know what I like? That there's no real reason why I would like this song, mostly because of how much before I was born that it came out. I love the song Waterloo by ABBA. My aunt used to play it, I guess. It doesn't mean anything to me. Like if I played it at some point, please don't do textual analysis about what I'm trying to imply. I just like it. It's a good song. I assume Trump liking Macho Man and YMCA is just a quirk of him. I'm not interested in engaging with it because it humanizes him and I don't like that. But that's all it is. But Newsmax desperately has to maintain this new connection they have with his base. And so one of the reasons I want to cover this is my prediction is it's gonna get weird over there. They have to admit that Biden won, which they resisted that as long as they possibly could. And that was one of the reasons so many people fled Fox News and places like Sean Hannity to them. But like, how do they keep it? What are they gonna be saying about Trump on the one hand and Biden on the other hand to maintain that position as like the third news network, ahead of Fox News? And I don't know that host. I don't know how significant that host is for Newsmax, but I think it's gonna get weird and wild over there.
Yeah, look, I like the song "The Devil Went Down to Georgia."
Me too.
I don't think he actually went down to Georgia. Although, to be fair, Lynn Wood is there, so maybe, but you don't have to overinterpret the songs we like. Agree.
Yeah. Okay, let's turn to a little bit more. One of the right-wing celebrities, possibly heroes on the right, was commenting ahead of Biden's inauguration. That's Dan Crenshaw, and here is what he had to say about the president-elect.
Look, I want to hear some action behind all this talk of unity, especially from Biden. Okay, so I want Biden to act with a sense of humility.
Okay, so first of all, I would argue that Biden acts like, I would say, annoyingly with a sense of humility in terms of what he pushes for and how strong he pushes for it. But Cenk, Dan Crenshaw wants hard work to be put in by the Democrats towards unity. What do you think about that?
No, look, it's of course absurd on its face, and politicians are amazing. The way they could just turn around and going. The day before, when Trump was president, we have every right to rip Democrats' faces off of them and shove it down their throats. The day after Biden was, hey, listen, unity, brother. We're all about unity and humility. After Trump, you dare say the word humility. Dan Crenshaw, who sucked up to Trump 100%. I don't need it, okay? But John, there's a really, really important point in there, which is that this is the problem with Joe Biden's endless talk of unity. Because then the Republicans logically come back and go, okay, if you're gonna do unity, here's the new tax cuts I want for my rich donors. Here's the more deregulation I want. Here's more wars I want. Here's all the things that I want. You said unity. If you want to unify, you have to give me goodies for the richest and most powerful people in the country. That's why it's a dumb idea.
Yeah, and let's say that he does. Let's say that he talks the talk, but also walks the walk in terms of giving them nonsense that they want. Based on our experience under Barack Obama, what do you think Biden and the Democrats are likely to get out of that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So, but guys, that's why we're against so-called unity, because think of what the Republicans want. You're gonna be hard pressed to find one decent thing on the list. Almost all of it is odious, disgusting things that are only for the rich, powerful, and the hateful, right? So by definition, Biden is saying, I will do some horrible things just to get along with Republicans. No deal, no interest in it at all. Screw that.
Yeah, and by the way, Dan Crenshaw there is talking about Biden, but let's also talk for just a second about Dan Crenshaw, because Dan Crenshaw, who wants Biden to act with humility to unify us. First of all, let's say clearly, after the Democrats winning the House in 2018 and the Senate and the presidency in 2020, thinks that the Dems need to be a little bit more, like have a little bit more humility. I'm gonna assume that he was not pushing for the Republicans to do that following 2016, that they needed to back off and not press their claims and all that. But also in terms of unity and humility, there is only one representative in the House that starred in a mock action movie of him parachuting in to punch Antifa in the face between the election and the inauguration. That was Dan Crenshaw, who wants humility. He pretended to be the star of Transformers or something as he fought the steal of the election. Like, he's not necessarily Lauren Boebert. He isn't being, no one's claiming that he led, tours through the Capitol. And he's not necessarily Ted Cruz or Josh Hawley, who after the attack used our government's balls to push for the overthrow of the election. But for him in particular to bring up humility after the cringeworthy, cartoonish movie things that he's done, that seems like too much, but I guess he's working through it.
Yeah, so John, on the core of the unity message, so if you want unity on our ground, where Republicans, for example, and some of them do, vote against wars, great, I love it, I'm happy to have the unity. If you want it on neutral ground, for example, election reform, you want to do real election reform, join Wolfpack, wolf-pack.com/join. They are actually nonpartisan and they actually want election reform. Great, I'm thrilled to do unity. You want unity on your grounds? That's not how it works. You lost the election, we won. We won the presidency, the Senate, and the House. You don't get to have unity on your ground. That's not how it works. And if Joe Biden wants to do that, it's not because he's a sucker. It's because he is on their ground. That's their unified ground, which is to help the rich and powerful.
Exactly. Yeah. Like we're gonna spend this day. We're gonna feel good. We're gonna have some expectations for the future. But all of those, like the House and the Senate, is full of Republicans that are going to be claiming unity for about a week, and then they are going to dig in their heels and try to stop literally anything from happening. And thank God that the Dems actually got the Senate. So some things they can't totally stop. Like if Ossoff had lost, Biden might not actually get a single judge for 4 years. That's the world they wanted. They didn't get it. Now they're talking about unity. They would have stopped literally every nomination. There's just an assumption of a filibuster for every piece of legislation. That's who we're dealing with. People who would have ground government to a halt for 4 more years are now talking about how Biden needs to jump through flaming hoops to prove how much he truly loves them. Anyway, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so I want to read just a couple of comments from the audience. Thank you to everybody who's following and chatting along in Twitch and YouTube. Let's see, Nove says, Pepperoni Dragon says hi to Justice and Dragon Daddy. He still wants a Who's Your Daddy dragon shirt. He has a 15-pound chihuahua. That's very cute. I don't know if the Who's Your Daddy shirt is gonna be made. We'll see. Let's see. Ixthar says Greta and AOC should get together and give clapback lessons. I would, if that was on Skillshare, I would follow that, I think. Anyway, we've only got a few more seconds, so I want to let you know what's coming up because this is the end of the damage report. It's a special day, but coming up, you've got Cenk Uygur, who's still gonna be on. He's never gonna stop. I don't know how you're doing it, but also Ida Rodriguez is gonna be back, and we're also gonna have Dr. Rashad Ritchie, one of my favorite people to do this show with, is gonna be on. So don't go anywhere.
Bye-bye.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. Now,
we'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? So now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone.
Okay, sorry, I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me to Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby. You know, the 2 people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it, we will settle it.
She's cute.
I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good boss.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip into Republicans. See, don't miss the live show. That's great. Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT, TYT. The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
The people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think one side seems to be winning. They seem to have a bigger army. There might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
All right, back on a Young Turks inauguration coverage. Cenk Uygur, Ida Rodriguez, Dr. Rashad Ritchie joins us. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be back.
Yes.
Great to have you back, Ida. Rashad, it's great to see you. So here's what we're gonna do in this hour. One, we're gonna check in from time to time on the what's left is really the pomp and circumstance of the inauguration. The most important part was the Biden speech, which we covered for you guys, and all the speeches. We'll just take a quick look at it. As I've been saying throughout the day, I don't really care too much about that, and I'm still trying to figure out what pomp is. I know what circumstance is, but I don't know what pomp is. Anyway, and so we're obviously going to talk a little bit about the end of the Trump era, and we're transitioning to a much healthier, fuller conversation on the Biden era and what that's going to look like. And in some ways, it's painful to say because I wanted Bernie to win so bad, and I can't believe Joe Biden's president. And in some ways, it's an awesome thing to say because Donald Trump is no longer president. And guys here, I'll start on that, and then I'll come back to the comments from the viewers, etc. But like every 5 minutes or so, it pops back into my head that Trump is no longer president and has no power. and I get like this jolt of like excitement and ecstasy. I'm just keeping it real. That's literally what happens. I'm like, yes, right? So Rashad, what's your take on that in the day overall?
Man, let me tell you, I haven't been this giddy in a very long time. So it was difficult for me to go to sleep last night because of the anxiety inside of me and the excitement about this transfer of power. So let's be very clear. Donald Trump did not leave the White House. He fled the White House. He's going to have prosecutors chasing him for the rest of his life. Okay, this definitely is a new era. The evil empire has been defeated, but different day, same dollar. Our issues do not change because of this transfer of power. And something I tell my college students almost every day: you can't take the politics out of politicians. So even though they are definitely more open to the conversation and more connected to the narrative of progress, they are still politicians and they need political cover. And there's a certain level of transactional reality associated with this level of politics. And so we still have to engage in this political warfare, so to speak, to make sure the progressive agenda is pushed, implemented, and resolved.
Yeah, I realized just during this last break that to the point that Rashad was making in the beginning, I realized why I was so jubilant. Of course, it's because Trump was horrific and hated us and wanted to end democracy, and he's gone. Of course, right? But there was a second reason that dawned on me. We were like those mice in the experiment where they have a cage that's electrified. And every once in a while, they randomly shock the mice until they can't take it anymore. And it's like it's literally a form of psychological terror, right? And usually they then give up, right? Now, luckily for us, we did not give up, and we fought past the random shocks. But I'm just excited because even up to the last minute, I was not ready to get excited because at any minute there could have been another random shock, and the fact that the random shocks have ended is just, it feels like freedom.
I won't go as far to say that it feels like freedom, because until all my people are free, none of us are free. But I do understand what you're saying. Listen, I'm a stand-up comedian, and the last 4 years of my life have been hell, and having to step up to the plate and use my platform to talk about the issues that are real in our communities, which have been real forever since the beginning of time here. So I understand what you're saying. I do feel, I'm glad that Donald Trump is gone. I'm glad that Donald Trump has been exposed for the criminal that he is. For those who didn't see it when we saw it 4 years ago, you and I, Cenk, sat next to each other knowing that the country was headed into deeper trouble than it has already been. But I will continue to say what I've been saying until those babies are out of those cages, until the black babies are out of the cages and that are there in record number, until our black and brown communities start reflecting this American alleged dream that you keep talking about, until First Nations people and women are found and our human lives are valued, I won't celebrate. And I'm happy for this moment and this second, but I think we need to get back to work. And what I will say to you, Cenk, is I have an unpopular belief with regards to Bernie. I think Bernie is better for us on the ground because he gets so much more done without being held hostage by that political office that is beholden to so many corporations and so much corruption in this country. And even though I am sad that Bernie is not president, I'm happy that Bernie is on our side because Bernie continues to fight the good fight. And he doesn't, he doesn't pout when he doesn't win. He continues to fight for the people.
Yeah, so that's such a great comment. Let me start and then work backwards to your first comment. So Bernie being president, I think would have made a giant difference, even though it has the constraints that you mentioned, Ida, that those are real, and you're very right to point those out. But he would have filled the government to the rim with progressives, something that has not happened in 50 years. So it's that would have made a giant difference. on personnel alone and a way of thinking alone in the government, right? And had at least 4 years to have that take root. On the other hand, I love that he's not in Biden's cabinet. That would have only had the downside of neutering him, as you point out, without almost any of the upsides. Oh, he would have been labor secretary. Honestly, I don't think it has that much power. And it would have been a waste of his efforts and his skills. And because we don't just need him to push policy, although my God, how much of a difference did he make on the $2,000 checks? I mean, he deserves the lion's share of the credit for that. And it's obvious, he's the one who started that fight. He's the one that prosecuted that fight. There's no question about it in the world. Has the mainstream press given him the credit for that? Sometimes they're not awful on it, but largely it's dropped as an issue. So would I rather have him in the Senate? Hell yes, because he's not just a fighter for progressive issues and specific policies and bills. He's our leader, and we need him to lead. And when he's independent in the Senate, he can lead. And the other good news is he's now the chair of the Budget Committee. What now? What now? Right? So that's a great day in America. But it's a wonderful point by Ida. In terms of what Biden needs to do, so the kids in cages, it's such a layup. And so Ida, what I would do if I was him, because optics matter, is I would go with Kamala Harris and I would literally open the cage myself. Okay. Absolutely. If you're Joe Biden, and then hug every one of those kids as you release them. Now, the visuals on that would be amazing. And then the secondary thing that would happen is the right wing would lose their minds. Oh, we're going back to catch and release, as if they're animals, right? So, is he releasing these kids into the country? God damn right we are, okay? We took them out of the cages because we're the good guys. So these are easy, and we all wait with bated breath to see if they can do the easy. So I got more comments along those lines from the viewers, but Rashad, are you with me that like we're a little nervous on whether they can do the easy stuff, let alone the hard stuff?
Yeah, man, I'm with you 100%. They need to go big or go home. He needs to obviously release the kids, no brainer. There needs to be an unraveling of the harmful executive orders that were based on bigotry and racism and religious bigotry as well. He needs to do that, not within the first 100 days, but within the first 5 days. That needs to be taken care of. And also, there has to be a real fight and push to remedy, to resolve the original sin of this nation, which was slavery. The idea that government would sponsor, sanction, and protect your ability to own another person because of their skin color. That original sin has created disparity like we've never seen. And we really can't calculate it. Senate Bill 1083, or 1038, excuse me. Senate Bill 1038, I believe it is, was co-sponsored by Kamala Harris, who's now the vice president of the United States. I need to know, because I've interviewed her multiple times on my show, and I've always brought this up, but I need to know it wasn't just a signature, that she wasn't a co-sponsor in idea only, but she was a co-sponsor because she believes in equity, not just this sentiment of equality.
Rashad, for the folks who don't know, tell them what that bill is.
Yeah, that bill is basically your Senate reparations study bill. It is a reflection of House Resolution 40, which was your Senate study resolution. And it basically says, hey, we're gonna put resources, money, and absolute experts behind the study to see what price tag, what issues were created because of this original sin. And it included not just slavery, but also the reality of Jim Crowism in the United States and how that has adversely impacted our societal norm.
So let me see if this helps. When you think about reparations, here's one way to think about it. Imagine, no matter what your skin color is or what your background is, that you found out that your great-great-grandfather had actually $10 million that he was gonna leave your family, but someone stole it. and you found out that maybe legally you could find a way to actually get that money back to where it belongs, your family, would you pursue it? Well, I don't know a single person who wouldn't pursue it.
Yeah, of course you would pursue that. And the United States of America is for reparations. We've given reparations to the Japanese. We've given reparations to the Native Americans. We gave reparations to members of the Holocaust, those survivors of the Holocaust. And we didn't even do that. That wasn't what we did. We gave reparations because we were complicit in our silence. So the American government is for the idea of reparations. It only stops the conversation when the idea connects back to Black folks in America.
And we know one of the reasons why, because we stole too much. And so,
right.
but that's literal, right?
Yeah.
And so when you think about, I said $10 million as your example, but the reality is it is billions, maybe trillions of dollars, because we stole those folks, not only their lives, which stop right there, right?
Right.
But their work of their entire lifetime. We never paid for it. We never paid for it. We just stole it. And that's a stone cold fact that is immutable. So the question is, are we okay with that original robbery or are we not okay with it? And so, look, it's not, I don't know that she came up with this phrase, but the first time I heard it was Marianne Williamson saying it in one of the presidential debates, and I thank her for it, but it connected it to me in a way that I think resonated not only with me, but I think that could help resonate with a lot of Americans. A debt is owed. It just is. The only question is whether America is going to pay the debt that it owes or not. And so, Rashad, I think you're right to bring that up, not just on the policy grounds, but on the grounds of whether folks are genuine or not.
Yeah.
So it's easy to sign on to things when you think they're not going to pass. It's a different thing to sign on to them when they could pass. So, and it's a different thing to fight for them if they can pass, and your fight will make the difference. So along those lines, I want to actually go to Brandon Stotts-Nay on YouTube Super Chat, who said, executive order on marijuana to remove it from Schedule 1. I thought Biden said day 1, what happened? Now, look, give him a moment there. I think that he will almost certainly remove it from Schedule 1. It was a very, very clear promise, and it would be a weird and senseless betrayal not to do that, okay? But that's not enough. Marijuana is a bane in our existence, in our justice system, or the war on drugs is. It should be decriminalized instantly across the board, and anyone who's in jail for possession should immediately be released. Donald Trump just released the worst of the worst, the most corrupt politicians, the billionaire, thug, white collar criminals who robbed us blind. You're saying we can't release people who are put in prison for the equivalent of having a Coors Light? No, we need to act on that instantly. And will they? Well, you shall know them by their deeds. Okay, we got to take our first break here. I'm going to read one last super chat before we do, because Rob Thunder Drones was very generous. We appreciate it. And he said, Cenk, I could not have made it through this without you and the gang. So on behalf of the gang, thank you. We appreciate it, and we'll be right back. During the breaks, when we can, for the YouTube and Twitch audience and some of you else out there, we try to give you more commentary, more stuff during the breaks that we have to take for our 24-hour channels. So I want to do 2 fun comments, and I want to kick it over to Ida for an interesting story. PA Rhino on lockdown wrote in, Cenk promising to wear his cool outsider motorcycle jacket and not be quiet, an insider. Love it. Yes, I don't. I'll have to find that leather jacket that Phil Griffin, the head of MSNBC, referred to. Anyway, Effectos says, how long until Marjorie Taylor Greene claims that Biden's being controlled by the far left Antifa group known as Peloton? Not long, apparently, not long. All right, Ida, you wanted to tell us a story.
So what I was saying was that when I went to Israel, I did go to the Holocaust Museum, and I went into the museum that they have that specifically for the children who died in the Holocaust, and they call out the names and they show pictures of the children who died in the Holocaust. I was talking to an older lady whose parents died in the Holocaust, and she was talking, and we were talking about racism in America, and I said, if we sat down and called out all the children that died in the African Holocaust, we would be here for months. It's 400 years of children, and not to minimize the impact of how horrible it was to see the faces of these little babies that were incinerated during the Holocaust. But the African Holocaust, the numbers were just devastating. And so when we talk about reparations, there is no reparations for that. There's no reparations for that. There's no monetary value on that. So the least you can do is try to right a wrong by attaching some economic number or some financial whatever to qualify to try to fix the ills of society that were caused by that Holocaust.
Yeah, well, so what I would love and welcome is a debate about how to make it right? That's so if there's a conversation about, wait, do we do reparations, and is there a way to do reparations for something so horrific? Or do we fix the system now so we don't continue to have terrible inequality, right? Okay, great, let's have that debate. That's a debate we win either way, and it brings you justice either way, and I can't wait for it. Speaking of justice, by the way, and fun, Rickay Bauer wrote in, yes, Cenk, Macho Man is a gay anthem, and I'll take this moment to claim Butch Dragon. Love it, love it, love it. And so that's what I'm telling you. They get you to question reality. And I'm like, wait, I know Macho Man is a gay anthem. And they're like, no, it's for MAGA. Like, what? Anyway, maybe it's both. All right, we're gonna come back from the break here in a second. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Ida Rodriguez. So we're celebrating the political demise of Donald Trump today, and a new era, I hope of hope. The audacity of hope, maybe even. We did see Barack Obama and Michelle Obama today. Of course, we saw all of the ex-presidents except one, who's in hiding, crying in his soon-to-be foreclosed property in Florida. To see the foreclosure on Mar-a-Lago. As Dr. King said, there is a balm to cure the sin-sick soul and make the wounded whole. And that would be seeing Donald Trump and his furniture get thrown out of Mar-a-Lago with a giant eviction notice over it. That's one eviction I can get behind. Okay, but look, are we not magnanimous? Earlier we had the "You're Fired" t-shirts that I was wearing, shoptyt.com. Apparently we now have "You're Fired" bandanas. So I think this is a bandana and not a napkin.
I saw those.
Okay, and we even have tote bags. I like it. You go to the shop, you're like, oh, by the way, he's fired. Okay. When I go to the grocery store, though, it makes sense, because when I go to the grocery store with my "You're Fired" shirt, people are like, where can I get that? Where can I get that? I love that, right? Shoptyt.com. But are we not magnanimous? Today we are united in progress.
That's right.
And so the united part is important, but the in progress is even more important. So as we talked about earlier today, unity for its own sake doesn't quite make sense because it, by definition, matters what we're unifying around. Okay, even if we were to agree to unify with people we don't agree with or maybe don't even like at all good and fine, but to what end and to what goal? And so if we're united in progress, hell yes, right? If we're united in more tax cuts for the rich or more wars, no, I do not find that unity in any way, shape, or form heartwarming. So a quick couple of comments here from the members. If you want to be a member, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, just hit the join button below. It's super easy. And at $5 level, $4.99, you get all the post games, including the one Anna and I are going to do at the end of the regular show today. You know the regular show is 5:30 is interviews, 6 o'clock is Young Turks. Anna and John in the first hour, myself and Anna in the second hour, and the post game for the members will be Anna and I. If you're not watching on YouTube, you can of course just go to tyt.com/join. It's super easy to do that as well. Anyway, Chipmunk PDX, who is one of our members, wrote in, Ida, I loved your stand-up special. When is the next one coming out?
I shoot it in June for HBO Max. I'm working on it as we speak. And as I promised Jamal Bowman today when I talked to him, I will be shooting it in the Bronx. So we will be bringing some jobs to that community, some of the vendors. So please, if you can make it out, it will be the weekend of June 9th in the Boogie Down Bronx in New York.
Nice.
That's awesome. Love it. Guys, remember when Jamal Bowman first came on the Young Turks and he was totally unknown. It was one of his first interviews ever. And he was going up against Elliot Engel, who was the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee for the Democrats in the House. And not a single pundit thought he had any chance at all of beating Engel. None. And what did we do? We united in progress and said, well, we think he should have a shot. And a lot of you guys donated, a lot of you volunteered. I remember doing a rally with Jamal in New York now about 2 years ago. And like 100 Young Turks fans showed up, and then they all volunteered for Jamal. That's how we get change. He's now a congressman with tons of power. And he did that. His staff was amazing. Justice Democrats were amazing, but you did that too. And you should be super proud of that change you brought into the world. So love you for it. Tuffy here with one more comment, again in the member section. He says, I'm with Ryan Grimm. Time to take down the giant barriers to the people's White House. And guys, I'm curious what your take on that is, because so these guys that committed domestic terrorism and broke in and people died and they were going to try to hang the vice president, that's one thing. But if we're going to keep up permanent barriers so that nobody can protest in front of the Capitol and the White House, I didn't sign on to that. I vote no. Rashad, what's your take?
Yeah, the barriers got to come down. Because when you're president of the United States and you have this amazing high profile position, well, that position comes with a significant amount of public trust and optics. So if you want to set the tone for your presidency, you have to do some things that are optically relevant, such as taking away those barriers. And you can set a security force around the perimeter to make sure things are safe. You already got cameras everywhere anyway. And we've been able to do it that way for years before this tyrannical leader known as Donald J. Trump came in and radicalized terrorists to attack the Capitol. So we've been able to do it. So let's not allow this guy to redefine who we are as a nation any further than he already has.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense. Nobody's saying less security, right? Put twice as many snipers on top of the Capitol and the White House. I got you, right? But it is the people's house. Yeah. I want people to be able to go into the House of Representatives and the Capitol. And don't get me wrong, metal detectors, 2, 3 of them. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. In fact, I look forward to it. Okay, I'll even take off my shoes, even though that makes no sense. Okay, but we've got to allow people in the people's house, because that's not their house; it's our house. That's so right. And so when we go to protest in the right way, and we go to create good trouble in the right way. There's a reason why it's called good trouble, right? Both parts of that are important. The good part and the trouble part, okay? So I'm not gonna do it from outside a cage. In a sense, it cages Biden and the politicians in, but in a sense, it cages us in from the people who are supposed to represent us. So as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe, and I don't mean as soon as it's safe 2 years from now, I mean 2 days from now. Let's get them down, let's be safe, but be open back to the real seat of power in this country, which is the people.
Just gotta go, Cenk. All of the cages have to go. The cages that the brown children from Central America and the cages that our black children have been in for a long time for profit for this country. The cages around that White House, the cages that we feel in our communities because we don't have the proper care from law enforcement and we feel unsafe in our own communities. All of the cages have to go. And if you want to see a change and you really are talking about making a change and you want the people to be behind you, those of us that they call radicals because we fight for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that we were promised, then all of the cages have to go, every single one of them.
Okay, except with maybe one possible exception, which I want to get to in 1 second.
Trump is in.
Yeah, how did you know? So that's a serious topic that I want to go with you. But first, Joe Pesh wrote in on Super Chat. Thank you guys for getting me through the worst 4 years of my 62 years. Keep up the good work that you all do. I love you all. Joe, we love you too. And so we all did it together. And we're gonna bring you progress together too. Yes. Speaking of progress, let's go to the prosecution of Donald J. Trump. So I'm curious what your take on this is, Ida and Rashad. So the House has impeached him for the second time. That happened on his term, and now we're past his term, but the conviction continues. So that's in the Senate, where they need 2/3 of the Senate to convict him. And reportedly, Mitch McConnell is considering actually voting to convict. I don't know if that's real or not real. Of course, there'll be the school of thought that says unity, as we don't look backwards, we look forwards. They say that with a straight face, and Obama said it with a straight face, even though literally every single crime is done in the past. And then there will be others who say, no, we must set a precedent for the future. And of course, I think it's a relatively easy question for us, but there will be tremendous rage from the right wing. And we don't negotiate with terrorists, I get that. But then there'll be a third point of view, which maybe is a little bit more compelling, and that's why I'm curious what you guys say, which is don't waste time on it. Let's go. $15 minimum wage, paid family leave act, etc. So let's start with you, Ida. Where do you land on that?
I think Donald Trump should go to jail. I think Donald Trump should be held accountable for his crimes. When I think about Khalif Browder, who went to jail and died as wrongfully incarcerated, and the list of endless names of people who look like us on this, who don't have the privilege to just walk about the planet committing crimes. And if the right wing gets upset, so what? We are actually speaking in their best interest as well, even if they don't know it and are able to accept the fact that those people who are progressives are fighting for the righteous, what we all are and should be entitled to. And I'm so upset, but I do think that two things can happen at the same time. And I'm tired of these administration, these people who are able to get paid through a pandemic and live their best lives, wear the nicest garbs to inauguration, to not be able to handle a couple of things at the same time when the average American has to figure out how to go to work in the middle of a pandemic and continue to live a life under these circumstances while they play with the money. And then when it comes to this stuff, it's like, oh, we can't do all of this. Yeah, you can. Why don't y'all get to work? Why don't y'all sit down and get to work, get off of television, stop trying to high five with celebrities, and get down to the business of the people of this country? So yes, he could go to jail with his little family and his friends who have all been abusing the American people and making so much profit with the greatest hustle of all time in the White House. And at the same time, they can handle this agenda because Bernie Sanders is older than all of them, and he shows up for work every single day.
Rashad.
Yeah, Trump belongs in the pokey. And I know that there's a massaging of the language now. I hear Democrats starting to talk the kumbaya madness again. And I agree with you earlier when you said it depends on what you're united around, right? I'm a Christian man. Even Jesus said, listen, I know y'all thought I came to bring you peace. He literally said these words. He said, I didn't come to bring you peace. I came to bring you a sword. And he was talking about dividing right and wrong. There has to be a sword of division. It depends on what you are united behind. Here's what is likely to happen. A lot of Democrats are going to say it's time to move on. The chief of those is probably going to be Joe Biden. If Joe Biden takes that any step further, if he says something like he may pardon Trump so that this country can heal, I will then say to Vice President Harris, she needs to invoke the 25th Amendment and remove Joe Biden from being president of the United States. We cannot allow this to stand without a significant, relevant, and in-your-face response from the United States of America. Remember what he's impeached on. The guy's impeached for literally raising an army of radicalized terrorists against the United States of America. Now, hell, if you don't get convicted outside of just a paper trail for that,
that's right.
This is probably your last time to send a clear signal. You're not willing to allow democracy to be this vulnerable or this fragile again.
Yeah, that's such a great point. I want to say two things about it. First of all, I never thought about it that way, Rashad, but that line about I didn't come to bring you peace, I came to bring you sword to distinguish between right and wrong. You know, another way to summarize that is no justice, no peace.
No peace.
Okay.
That's right, brother.
Turns out Jesus was the first to say
yeah.
So God, I just wish that Christians would follow Christ.
Yeah, the real one, not the white guy on the chapel. But we're talking about the radical Messiah of color, the real one, yes.
Yeah, if they just did that, that's why I say all the time, both because I'm agnostic, but because I want you to read the New Testament because it's so much better than the other documents, right? And by the way, the Quran has wonderful parts of it too.
Yes.
But yes, emphasize the peace, emphasize the justice, emphasize the poor, the needy, and helping one another. That's what I'm here for. And so please read the Bible in that sense. And I appreciate that you brought it up. Now, on to the other point about pardoning, it is unimaginable. It can't, and you know Biden, you know he's thinking about it. You know he is, right? And it will not create more unity. It will create more division. And so let's talk about the precedent that it would set, because Rashad mentioned that, right? Guys, this is really a dangerous thought, but I have to share it with you. If Trump was smarter and he started the violence 2 years earlier, it would have worked. They were already scared out of their minds. The Republicans admitted, they said, yes, many of our Republican colleagues are literally worried about their physical safety and the safety of their families. So they are not going to oppose Trump. Politicians by their nature are not leaders, they are followers. And that's why we have this image of politicians as slimy and not honest. That's because they're basically actors. And it used to be that at least they were in service of pretending to be for the voters. Now they've dropped that pretense, they're completely in service of their donors. So because they're followers, in this case of their donors, they're cowards. And it's really easy to intimidate them. And so if Trump had started 2 years earlier, the violence likely would have worked. And so if you don't set a precedent now that it will not be tolerated under any circumstance, the next time a wannabe fascist wins, which could be as early as 4 years if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Then they're gonna think, oh, Trump's mistake wasn't starting the violence, it was starting the violence too late. And we can't have that, we just can't. So we've gotta have conviction in the Senate. They should ban him from politics, and then the prosecutions of his actual crimes, both at the federal and state levels, should definitely go forward. All right, we've got to take a quick break here. We'll be right back. Back during one of our social breaks, it gives us an opportunity to read more of your comments, interact with you guys more. It looks like they're at Arlington National Cemetery. He's going to lay a wreath there. Biden is. You can see it. There's really no significant audio that goes along with it. It's in the corner, obviously, as you can see right there, and it's good because that's the same place where apparently Donald Trump told John Kelly, his chief of staff at the time, as he was looking at his son's grave. General Kelly was looking at his son's grave. And Trump talked about, I don't get it. These fallen soldiers, they're suckers and losers. Why do they do it? He's such a despicable man. So it's a good juxtaposition here. It happens with every president, but particularly getting rid of Trump, who hated veterans and thought they were, like I said, or like he said, suckers and losers. It's great to get rid of him. I know a lot of veterans are in favor of Donald Trump. Well, you're wrong. He hates you and thinks you're stupid and an easy mark. So you should find out the truth, and then you'd actually despise him even more than we do, because we weren't his mark. We're not the ones he thought was so stupid that they would get conned easily. You were, and so you should be way more furious at Trump than us. So, all right. Speaking of which, Sedalian makes an interesting point on Super Chat. If Trump was a cancer, politics as usual is smoking. So it's a good point about the root of the problem as opposed to the symptom of the problem. I love having the smartest audience in the world. And speaking of the world, and speaking about how you guys are smarter than me, Last Ride Digital Video used Super Chat as well, I think from Canada, and said, now to relegate 45's term to the dustbin of history, congratulations, Yanks. At first I was like, no, it's Jank. I was like, oh, Yanks as in Yankees, as in, okay, right. Okay, great. I appreciate it. Because Manchin, what did Manchin call me when I was interviewing him? Jenks the whole time. He's like, listen, Jenks. I'm Cullen 8 wrote in, happy to celebrate Trump's downfall with you guys and looking forward to fighting for progressive policies. Today's a great day, agreed. Look at Sofia Smirnov with a really positive note. Thank you, TYT, for helping me get through these last 4 years. I was prego when he got elected, and now I'm prego when he's out. I have hope for my kids. Oh, I love it. Hope rises again. Is that blue I see? All right, I'm going to Twitch. Arias Angel wrote in, love TYT. Trump is such an embarrassment to our country. I hope we can repair the damage done to our relations with other countries. I know that over 400,000 families won't forget how little he and his cronies have cared during the pandemic. Exactly right. We love all of you on Twitch. Thank you for being members. We'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks inauguration coverage. Cenk Uygur, Ida Rodriguez, Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Make sure that you're checking out Rashad in Atlanta radio and everything else that he does. and Ida Rodriguez now on Sirius Satellite Radio for the next 2 weeks, channel 126, 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern.
7 to 9 Pacific time, 10 to 12 Eastern.
So my bad, I keep getting that wrong. 10 to 12, yes, 10 to 12 Eastern on Sirius Satellite Radio over the next couple of weeks. True Serum is her podcast, and she's got a special coming out soon on HBO Max that we'll tell you guys about. And I wanted to go to 2 comments that were appropriate to what we were talking about in our member section. tyt.com/join to become a member, get all of our programming, and have your comments read. Be part of the show. Shikata Guy and I wrote in, amazingly, we worry about putting animals in cages at zoos, but ignore humans in cages in society.
That's right.
That is unfortunately very true. So what Donald Trump did to kids was legal, and we could not undo it in 4 years. Michael Vick went to jail for what he did to dogs. So
that part.
Yeah. So it's just that's real. That's real. So it is what it is, and I'm not saying that one person shouldn't have had consequences. What I'm saying is we're supposed to go for equality and justice. Now, I know the right wing hates that idea. Hates it, loathes it. That's why they love Donald Trump, because they do not want equality and justice. You'll never see that in any other news program. They're not honest with you. Did the right wing in this country, did the conservatives in this country want equality before the Civil War? Absolutely not, obviously. That's a fact, it's a stone cold fact. There's no one could deny that fact, but yet we paper over it like, oh, conservatives, oh, they love America. No, they didn't. They hated America. America was for equality. They hated America so much, they attacked us and declared war on us. That's how much they hated the idea of equality and justice. Did it get better after the Civil War? No, Jim Crow came in. What was the point of that? Right wingers saying we despise equality and we will not stand for justice. And that continues to this day, all the way up to them. As Trump is leaving as the least popular president in American history, he is the most popular president among Republicans. Another stone cold fact, that poll came out yesterday. He is more popular than Reagan. He is more popular than Eisenhower, who was not only president, but won World War II. And Republicans say, no, we like Trump better because Trump hates equality and justice just like we do. So be real about what the right wing is and what conservatives are. That's who they are. Look, I'm spending this month writing my book, Justice is Coming. And trust me that I've got a giant long chapter about that. We're not gonna let them off the hook. That is the face of the Republican Party, and it does not like this country. And so we have the courage to call it out. By the way, if you want to pre-order, I'm not saying you shouldn't, I'm saying you probably should. Justice is Coming. Book.com. You got to put book in there. justicecomingbook.com. All right. And then I bathe in a billionaire banker's tears. Wrote in, can you imagine Trump considering pardoning Hillary for her emails or whatever? And she didn't even cause an insurrection against America. So Rashad, that's why I'm constantly talking about the media, because our opponents are not just Republicans, right wingers, and conservatives. When the media does not point out that Republicans would never consider unity, would never consider pardons, would never consider letting Democrats off the hook, but then turns around and demands it of Democrats, it is another giant hurdle, and maybe the largest hurdle we have to get past. What's your take on that?
Well, it shows their level of indoctrination and their disconnect, really, from the actual cause and effect that this president has created for millions of Americans across the country. Anytime I hear a pundit on one of the major networks say something like, this is a healing moment. This is time for the country to move on. Well, you can say that. You probably have a very comfortable life. And maybe you're very disconnected from the reality of what this president has done. There's a reason why a lot of people like myself, you and others are excited today, and we have this feeling inside of us. Well, this is actually post-traumatic stress. We have been so stressed out by this president. We're having highs and lows, and he hasn't even been out of office for 5 hours yet. right? And we're going to experience some of this thinking that the other shoe is going to drop. Wondering, is this going to be the end of democracy? Wondering, would this policy have a more adverse effect than it is intended to actually accomplish? We're gonna have to go through that. But you have a real damage now to democracy. And what Trump has done is he has exposed how vulnerable and fragile democracy is. It is up not only to Biden and Harris, our president and vice president, to take a bold stance against tyrannical leadership, but it's also up to the media to call the balls and strikes. I remember it took mainstream media 2 years before they were willing to say Donald Trump is a liar and call what he was saying a lie. They used all these other terms like, well, we fact checked it and it wasn't true. No. He's a liar. And it took them 2 years to even start saying that about him.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I'm stuttering because I agree so much, but I feel like, they call us radical, they call us militant because we stand on the side of progress, right? We've been fighting for this because this country has been built on all of this corruption. We have watched this president come in and run a hustle out of the White House, where he and his family members have made so much money at the expense of the people, while those of us who come from these communities that are marginalized, and I'm gonna call them on them all the time, our situations have gotten worse in the face of a pandemic, racial injustice, and so many other things that we have to deal with. So yes, we're celebrating that Donald Trump is gone. Donald Trump is, he is the poster boy for a lot of the stuff that America has stood for many, many years and was built on. And Jake, I disagree with you about these people liking Donald Trump more than Eisenhower. I don't disagree with you. What I was gonna say is that they probably don't know who Eisenhower is. And we're giving them too much credit that Ronald Reagan, the cowboy that they claimed Ronald Reagan was, they like to stand on them. But if you listen to a lot of those people that were talking and that you saw the microphones, Emma's really good at putting the microphone in front of these people, and you listen to what they're saying, they're a cult. They're just repeating talking points that they've been brainwashed into believing. They have no concept of history. They don't know the president beyond Barack Obama. Their psyches are still broken because a black man was in office. They're trembling because now a black woman is in office. No, they don't know the history of this country. They only know the history of their whiteness and their privilege, and that's what they fight for. They're not fighting against democracy. They're fighting to hold on to their privilege and to hold on to the status quo because they believe it's better for them because they are white.
Preach.
Yeah, 100%. So that's why I've always said that Trump is actually a pretty good representative of the average right-wing voter. Like, I get it. So whether it's not that it's the unintelligence. In Trump's case, it is. He's literally a very dumb man. He has a very, very low IQ. But I'm not putting that on all the right-wing voters. It's the lack of intellectual curiosity. It's the embracing of ignorance, and that's a choice you're making. That doesn't have to do with your office. You're just choosing that. So the fact that Donald Trump is that ignorance personified appeal to them. Now, why would you want to be ignorant? Well, if you don't want to think about reparations, if you don't want to think about the uncomfortable things that have happened, if you don't want to think about the fact that an average person born in a white family has 10 times as much money as an average person born into a black family, because you're on what you consider to be the right side of that, right? And those things make you uncomfortable because the injustice has been done on your behalf. Well, that's when you would choose ignorance. So that is why Donald Trump is a good representative of them. So you're right, Ida. I mean, Eisenhower, the modern day Republicans, like, I like Ike. They're like, no, I don't like LGBT stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, right? I mean, there's a 50% chance they would say that. Anyway, so the other two things that Donald Trump personifies on behalf of Republican voters is the two things you mentioned, Ida. Entitlement. I'm entitled to rule over you. And as you saw at the end, I'm entitled to do violence upon you in order to rule over you. Because what have they done in the history of this country? Violence upon us to rule over us while calling us savages. right? So what do we do to Native Americans? Violence. What do we do to African Americans? Violence. What do we do to immigrants? Oftentimes violence, right? And so that's not metaphorical. That's the most literal thing on earth. So at the end, they resort to violence because they thought, I don't get it. That's what I do. That's what I've done for the whole history of America. I do violence on you, and then you do as you're told. They feel entitled to that. And then the last part of it is toxic victimhood. They're not actual victims, but they feel like if you're taking away my ability to oppress you, then I am the victim. Right. And so that toxic victimhood combined with entitlement, sprinkled with ignorance, gives you Donald Trump and the entirety of the Republican Party.
Man, that's deep, brother. That's accurate and deep. Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you, Rashad. I appreciate it. And guys, it's the reason why you don't hear about it in the rest of the media, and why we had this conversation in the first place. We don't think they're the enemy of the people like Trump says. That's nonsense. There's no conspiracy. There's no memo. There's no cigar-filled room. All there is groupthink. People in a bubble that think alike. And so you're not going to get hired in mainstream media if you say the things that we say. Okay, because they are looking for what they call credible people, and credible means stay within the spectrum of acceptable thought. And certain things are acceptable, and funny enough, they turn out to be mainly in favor of corporations. And what are the giant media companies? Coincidentally, massive multi-billion-dollar corporations whose main source of revenue is advertising, which is other massive multi-billion-dollar corporations. But so those are the folks that must be protected, because that is literally who signs their checks, right? That's why I love our membership model, because you sign our checks. So if we're not going in the direction you like, you leave. And that happens all the time, because sometimes people say, no, I want you to be more radical, or I want you to be this, or I want you to be that, or I want you to give Joe Biden a bigger break, or Obama a bigger break, I'm leaving. God bless your hearts, no problem. But for folks who want us to fight for progress, for folks who want to be united in progress as we fight for you and tell you things that are true, even if they are uncomfortable, well, I love being tied to you. That's why we tell you to join in all the different ways that you can. So, okay, so we only have a minute left. What we're gonna do is we're gonna rejoin our programming at 5 o'clock Eastern. I'm gonna be on the main show again today, but one last time, real quick, Rashad, tell us where they can listen to you and where they can watch you in your hometown and beyond.
Absolutely, always a pleasure to be with you. You all can listen to me. I do the morning show, Rashad Rich Morning Show, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. News and Talk 1380 WAOK. Also on WAOK.com and the radio app. Just download that radio app. I make a lot of appearances on MSNBC, and even on occasion I debate folks on Fox News, and I do CBS 46 News locally here in Atlanta as their political analyst.
Well, Rashad, for all that you've done, including voting, let alone your voice, thank you for winning the presidency and the Senate for us. All right, guys.
A lot of people help. Thank you, brother.
That's right. We'll be back.